Bobro says hello. Hey, Bobro. I'm just doing some debate prep. Happiest says, are you live right now? Yes, I am live. I'm doing some debate prep. Bobro says, are you writing stuff down? Since when? Since now. What do you mean? Happiest23 says, I'm your mom. Are you my mom? Are you? First of all, I feel like my mom would not be on Twitch. Sorry, just give me a second. Let me see here. Whiskey Eye says, what time where you are? It's 10 o'clock. Crucible Clip says, wow, do you read what you type? You need prep help. I see a fat L in your future based on you notes. LOL. Well, first of all, I'm starting. Like, this is just my initial, what I type. If you have something, some sort of critique or something that you want to address, then I'm all ears. I would be glad to hear out what you have to say. But if you're just there to critique, then without actually providing of any substance, then, well, you can just kindly shut the fuck up. All right. Let me take a look here. Well, let me see here. We're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
What you want to talk about? What's your name?
You know me as Knowbody.
How you doing, Knowbody?
You know, just nobodying around. Hey,
I'm doing a bit of debate prep.
I see. I actually just now clicked on your stream. I can't say that I watched the whole thing or anything, but I just now clicked on it and I saw that you were open, so I decided that I wanted to give you a call and pick your brain a bit.
Okay. What you want to hear? Let me turn off my music.
So I was going to say, if you could defend the left, as far as believe me, I'm well versed in what's been going on politically. You probably know that I'm something of an enigma, but if you could pick one thing that has come from the left, what would it be? Because I understand that you describe yourself as a liberal, and that, you know, colloquially, that puts you on the left, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, well, where are you at? I assumed you're a leftist because you describe yourself as a liberal, but perhaps I did that unfairly.
There are right-wing liberals and left-wing liberals.
Well, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Are you a right-wing liberal?
No.
Well, who did you vote? Like, who did you vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Right. Okay, so instead of me asking you why you voted for Kamala Harris as a Trump voter myself, instead of me asking you that, can I ask you what made you do such a thing?
I read a lot, and I had read book after book after book of both Republicans as well as Democrats.
Sure.
I took the time to read even, say, Ron DeSantis's book. I read Kristi Noem's book. I read a book by George Soros. I read Nancy Pelosi's book. I took the time to read Kamala Harris's book, as well as all of the Bob Woodward books associated with Donald Trump.
here's the problem with reading books. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that reading books is not a great way to get information, because that's not true. But here's the problem with reading books from these people. They're disingenuous. They're lies. I mean, reality.
Have you heard what I said? I read from both sides. And
Sure,
so
sure.
what would have to happen
Both
is I would have to see
sides.
that from both sides, they would all have to be disingenuous. And then I'm just so far removed from reality that,
Yeah.
but the problem that I'm having is that between each book and individual accounts of things that are happening in the Senate, in Congress, it all fits.
Yeah.
Their stories, they fit.
Yeah, they're designed that way. But here's the problem, though.
So stop for a second.
Sure.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't agree with Donald Trump, right?
You could say that, but
and Bob Woodward isn't conferring with Nancy Pelosi like, oh, did you get your story correct? I'm writing this part in this story, so I need to make sure that we get the lie straight.
Yeah, they do that.
Oh, I don't believe you. I can't sit there and read 6 books and then the same thing be conferred from different perspectives, but the same facts reiterated over and over, and that there's just a giant conspiracy. I don't buy that. I think you have to get into some pretty tin hat stuff to the point that you would not be able to determine what is fact from fiction. You would basically just have to, huh?
I can prove you wrong right now. Right now, here in real time, I can prove you wrong. Okay. All right. Give me a second to pull it up. Here's the problem, man. When you read books from politicians, they're politicians. You can't trust a word they say. Even Donald Trump, you can't trust a word they fucking say. It's ridiculous that you base your worldview. I'm talking to First Amender. Sorry, babe. Anyway, sorry, my girlfriend was asking what I was doing. Anyway, you can read books all day from politicians, but they're politicians in the end. They're not honest people. They're not here to tell you the truth. They're not. Even Donald Trump, even his cabinet, everyone. They're all liars.
Okay, I agree with you. That's why I read from multiple sources.
You just said that you read books from politicians.
Well, I read books from each politician, and I've also read Bob Woodward books, which is not a politician.
Okay, well, Bob Woodward is...
Is he a liar too?
Frankly, Bob Woodward, I mean... it doesn't actually matter which politician you get your
Who is Bob Woodward? Do you know who that is?
I can't I've heard of him, and
you may want to Google who that is,
but I can't remember exactly. Yeah. I think you got
he was one of the primary people to discover and uncover the Watergate scandal. Ever since then, he's been an investigative journalist his entire life, and he has written a book on every president since then. And what's crazy about his books is he gets direct access to the president's office, where he can write down, ask people information that are in the White House as it's happening. He even gets conferred in on intelligence briefings. That's how deep his investigative journalism goes. And so you telling me that, well, all of these people lie, but it all confers from Bob Woodward's statements to Nancy Pelosi's statements, to Bernie Sanders'
Roger
statements,
Stone.
to people surrounding Trump and talking what they think about Trump, from Kristi Noem to
Here's the problem.
Ron DeSantis,
Here's the problem.
Pete Hegseth. I read his book too.
How many of these mainstream media hoaxes did you fall for? Russian collusion.
The Russian collusion is actually not a hoax. It just, the investigation just concluded with some open ends.
It was a nothing burger.
So in terms of its ability to continue investigation, it became a nothing burger. But it is true that there were key witnesses that were due to be testifying, and rather than them testify, they actually fled back to Russia. They are wanted to this day. They are wanted with prize money associated with their return.
That was just one. The Russian
I mean, I'm
collusion.
just when they were investigating, they just effed off back to Russia. I just want to point out that empirically happened.
Jesus.
Also,
Okay.
why do you find it strange that under the Trump administration, in his most expensive homes in East Florida, were, I believe, 40% of the units were rented by Russian officials? Do you find that weird?
No, I don't find that weird.
There was a Reuters article that proved that.
He wasn't even president at the time he did that.
Correct.
First of all.
He was campaigning. He was campaigning to become president. And for whatever reason, there were Russian officials that were buying the most expensive flats that were available in Trump's own residential buildings. And what's even funnier is that there were huge, this is, by the way, not a conspiracy. This is proven that the Russian government was directly involved in creating misinformation campaigns directly on social media to enable Trump to win. Did you know that? That's proven.
So?
What do you mean?
They can have the opinion they want.
Do you see the problem here, though, where you can influence a potential election by flooding United States social media with Russian bots, and then people start to believe? I don't doubt that, but I'm just saying that the Russians did that to favor Donald Trump. And also, just FYI, the Russians also just happened to be paying Donald Trump directly.
Right. So you have a problem when it's Russia, but not when it's Israel.
I didn't say anything regarding Israel.
You're being selective.
No, you're bringing up non sequiturs to obfuscate the facts, and I'm providing you the facts. You're just wasting my time.
Do you remember the hoax Trump called neo-Nazis fine people? Do you remember that hoax?
Trump called neo-Nazis fine people. Well, specifically what he said, that there were fine people on both sides. That's what he said.
I know what he fucking said.
So then what's your point?
Do you remember the hoax where the media spewed for weeks that Trump called neo-Nazis fine people?
Well, when he says that they are fine people on both sides, and one side was a bunch of neo-Nazis, that's not a stretch.
No, they weren't. No, they fucking weren't.
Yeah, there were.
No. One side was trying to protect our history and heritage. You agree that if we don't know our history, we're doomed to repeat it. They weren't protecting our heritage.
What's our heritage?
Nazis. They were protecting our heritage because history should not be erased.
What's our heritage?
That was the point. But there may have been neo-Nazis there. But,
what's our heritage?
You can't. Our heritage is our history. Our history.
What's our history?
The history of what has been done in this country, as far as the
slavery.
statue that they were trying to tear down. Tearing down
The
statues
KKK?
is not a solution.
The part where the United
Tearing
States
down
actually
statues
sided
is
with the Nazis because that they were helpful in creating profitable companies for multiple large industries.
I've explained before how America.
Well, I just want to make sure that I get the
companies-
heritage and the history right.
Hang on. I'm about to appease you. I explained before how American companies absolutely financed both sides of the war. As a matter of fact, IG Farben was the German company that produced fuel for Hitler's Luftwaffe, and there was a special
What does
additive.
this have anything to do with any of this?
Hang on. There was a special additive produced by U.S. Standard Oil, and Hitler's Luftwaffe could not operate.
Do you have a
without
point?
that special additive. Yes, I have a point.
What's your
what I'm saying
point?
is I'm not against you. I'm saying that you can be jaded by reading these books from these politicians because
do
they're
you
idiots.
understand?
They
Do you
lie.
understand that I'm sitting there and I'm putting in the work? What a lot of
So
people
am
who
I.
don't sit there
believe
and
me,
put in
so
the
am
work,
I.
shut up.
Oh, I
Listen.
am too.
When I'm sitting there and I'm putting in the legwork to ensure that I get my information correct, you are tacitly removing any of that and just simply saying, well, they all lie, so I don't have to read any of it. I'm not going to read any of it because it's all a lie. It's all bullshit. I'm putting bullshit in my brain. I'm gonna look at what. Well, I haven't even asked you. What do you look at? If it's not books, where do you get your information?
I'm an auditory and visual learner, so I go for documentaries, and that's just as good as any book you're going to read.
Okay, no, I disagree completely. I don't think that you can
disagree.
I think when it comes to documentaries, you can frame things in a specific way. Stop talking. All right, you're muted. Nobody can hear you. Documentaries are not a good source. The reason why is because the editing and the way that narratives can be placed, there are numerous facts that can get removed for the sake of editing. If you've ever watched any, say, reality TV show or documentary, we'll just stick with documentaries for now because you didn't say a TV show, like a reality TV show. Obviously, those are fake. The one example that I can bring up is what was it? It was The Making of a Killer. That's one of them. There was a gentleman that they say that was framed for killing. However, there was specific DNA evidence that was observational that did put this guy in jail. And this was removed from the documentary in order to make for a better story. But obviously, if there was, DNA evidence regarding the crime scene investigation, showing that this person had been at that location at that time, then there would be no documentary for Making of a Killer. They had to specifically remove that. The same thing regarding the Tiger King. If you ever watched the Tiger King has follows around this libertarian type guy that is trying to raise tigers, and he's like a very eccentric individual. The part that they left out in the documentary, he was initially like kind of a guy that was like, oh, this guy's quirky. I could kind of get along with him. I could kind of see where he's coming from with him, the Tiger King. However, the part that they neglected to show you in that show was that there was actually found a full sex doll model of a tiger found in his attic. Like it was fitted specifically for sex acts. So he was into bestiality And that was left out in the documentary because that would not make for good television. It messed with the framework. So no, I would not use a documentary to confer facts. If you're an auditory learner, get Audible. I mean, there's lots of audio books and you can learn just as much. And I promise you, you're going to get a lot more out of a book than you are going to get out of a documentary. Anyway, I'm going to unmute you now.
Okay. But here's the problem that I'm having. You can say that documentaries can omit things and misconstrue facts, but you have to at least admit that books can do the same. Just because you write something down doesn't mean that it's true.
So books, that's correct. Books are more complete. Books allow you to observe a person's perspective. Man, dude, you really cannot. You are incapable of having just a simple back and forth conversation. Like I'm not here trying to be combative with you. I'm saying that what's happening right now is that your epistemology, the way that you are determining truth, I think it's stunted. I think you need to work on it. Unironically, I would pick up a book on epistemology. I really would. I think it would actually be, it would do you some good.
Okay. Well, all your book learning led to you voting for Kamala Harris. So
it's Kamala.
What I want to ask you
it's
about.
It's pronounced Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Yep.
Okay. So regardless, it led to you voting for her.
Yes.
Here's the problem I'm having here. I'm not saying that Trump was. I am saying that Trump was a better option, but I'm not saying that Trump was the perfect option.
Trump was a horrible option.
Because, well, he's let us
He's
down
releasing
in several
troops
ways.
out onto the streets, rounding up people.
People
Do you find that concerning?
No. Because
that's not concerning that he's sending National Guard troops and harassing citizens because they are Democrats. You don't find that concerning?
No, that's absolutely not true.
He literally said that himself.
When
he said that he thinks that the Democrat cities are filled with crime, even though they're not. And they're not. They're not. In fact, more crime is found across the Bible Belt than it is across Democratic cities per capita.
Jesus Christ, dude! Come on, man. It's liberal-run cities in those red states, and we both know it.
Nobody.
We both know it.
It was nice talking to you. I'm going to continue doing my debate prep.
Okay. Well, the final thing I wanted to say was there are plenty of falsehoods that have been pushed by your left-wing media that probably went into the books that you read from these politicians, and your false equivalency from documentaries to books, which are documentaries are simply books that are in a video form. You can say that
all right,
documentaries.
Bro, get an Audible subscription and put yourself above most other people. Okay. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. Bye.
That's what I'd say too, if I was.
Fucking idiot. Jesus. The dude thinks that documentaries are a better source than books. What an idiot. I've seen so many documentaries that are brutally stupid. Like a lot. Like, have you seen some of this alien garbage? It's literally poison in, like garbage in, garbage out. I'm sitting here reading Aristotle's Organon, and this guy's looking at, I don't know, some stupid idiot documentary, and he's comparing as if that these are even remotely equal. Pick up a book. Read a freaking book. Take the time to read a freaking book. Stop being an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Anyway, where was I? I was doing some debate prep. Let me turn my music back on. Okay. I'm starting to think that maybe is this going on too long? I think I'm supposed to only do 5 minutes. Let me check. Hold on. Hopefully that doesn't show up. Just gotta check my email. 2v2, secular humanism versus Christianity. Open discussion, 40 minutes. Closing statements, 5 minutes per side. It just says open. Okay, so there's 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute opening statement. Okay. James Miller says, I prefer some jazz over this classical stuff. You don't like Liszt? Do you want classical? Or do you want jazz? It just, I don't know. I just need to focus. I feel like I'm trailing off. Oh, sorry. I'm not sharing my notes. thinking. The track record of the Christians and their... We're almost done. We'll do something more fun in a moment. All right. I don't know how long that's going to be. Give me a moment. I, of course, need to proofread it as well. Yeah, I think this is... Shit. Well, let me read it and see if there's like parts that I'm gonna read it and see if there's, I don't know, maybe I can tighten it a bit or... Okay, so discussing Christianity and secular humanism is a difficult... Here, let me see. What time is it? Here, I'll put time. Here we go. So, discussing Christianity and secular humanism is a difficult topic in that it is difficult to concretely describe from each perspective. But I believe that careful analysis of the values of Christianity and the values of secular humanism, I can do this easily. Before we can do that, however, we must first define what we would consider to be better or worse in order to figure out whether or not Christianity or secular humanism is better. To put in short, it comes down to outcomes. Overall life satisfaction, the ability to pursue the things that you find valuable is the best society, in my opinion. Mind you, I did not define the best society as one that leads to the most pleasure, but specifically satisfaction. Satisfaction and the ability to pursue the things that satisfy you lead to better outcomes than simply pleasure. I could, for example, consider a society where everyone is hooked up to a feeding machine that only expunges you for your waste materials and your body produces, and it feeds you, it keeps you clean, being fed a steady dose of heroin till you are 80. Obviously, should everybody be put into this automated machine, it would leave our society look quite bleak, and so I directly ignore the concept of pleasure alone being the mere factor. Another example is that while I value the concept of family and that it satisfies me to be involved with my family, I certainly do not like spending time with my mother-in-law. But because it satisfies me to be involved with the family, I grit my teeth and move forward, knowing the satisfaction of the family unit. Then when I consider the entire society as a whole, who out there exists that does not follow this very notion of satisfaction? Do people on the whole not wish to be satisfied in the soil they till, the homes they clean, the food they eat, the music they play, the families they raise, the religions they follow, the care of the elderly, knowing that they themselves will be infirmed one day? What be it, if other than to be satisfied and live a satisfactory life? Knowing it is the satisfaction that what makes the highest quality of living standard, I look to Christianity and its overall life satisfaction versus secular humanism. Wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as unto the Lord. Ephesians 5:22. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. 1 Timothy 2:12. Evangelicals, mainline Protestants, Southern Baptists, Catholic traditionalists believe that women must submit to their husbands despite the protests that a woman who may or may not find such an obligation satisfying. For starters, women are half the population, and even if I assume some who wish to submit to their husbands and some who do not. Should society be framed in the way of submit to your own husbands, it would certainly result in a less satisfaction, not more. You shall not lie with a man as with a woman. It is an abomination. Leviticus 18:22. This one statement causes so much heartache and pain in society that I find it a wonder that they do not throw it away, this verse, as they did with the mixed linens verse, or do not have an icon of anything in the heavens above or the waters below, or to not eat pigs. It pains me to see that there exists out there whole swaths of LGBTQIA plus members who are discounted and forced through highly harmful conversion therapy as if that being gay is something to fix. An abomination, if you will. Despite the horrific harms on society that have been created by just this verse, and obviously the outcomes of acceptance are far better than that of exclusion, leading to greater levels of satisfaction, are in due order. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, just as you would obey in Christ. Ephesians 6:5. You may buy male and female slaves from the nations around you. Leviticus 25:44. Despite that Christians now do not believe in these verses, they nevertheless defended it for hundreds of years, and the past cannot be simply erased by simply ignoring the things such as the slave trade. Reading individual accounts of slavers and slaves themselves in the slavery book by Noel Ray conferred that the Bible was consistently used to argue why the slave trade ought to exist. Yet regardless of historical implication, I can point to several accounts on how Christians helped spread the Black Death by stating that it was the punishment for sin, focusing themselves on grouping together in penance and flagellation instead of quarantine and sanitation. Indeed, the track record of Christians and their so-called morality leads to worse outcomes in comparison to not following it at all. Secular humanism is able to observe this as ultimately a non-religious life stance that uses human reason, ethics, and scientific inquiry to guide its worldview and actions. Rejecting to things such as religious dogma and supernaturalism leads us to better outcomes. Mind you, the secular humanist world does not force Christians to not be Christians. You can be a Christian in a secular humanist world. You are just not allowed to use Christian, or any religion for that matter, to control the matters of the state or the moral quandaries of others. You must use your reason, our scientific inquiry, our rational faculty to come to conclusions of what ought lead us to better conclusions. This is the essence of why secular humanism runs ahead, far, far ahead of that of any religious dogma, which includes Christianity. All right, how long was that? 47:34? That's too long. James Miller saying, wives submit to their husbands is good advice. That is a horrible advice. What if they don't want to do that? Do you need to control women to get your rocks off? You don't need to control women. If a woman wants to submit to their husband, they can do so. It's just, I don't think it should be a requirement. And if you followed the Bible, it would lead to that. And no, I don't think it's better to force women who don't want to submit to their husbands to submit. That's awful. But the problem is that is too long. I need to get that down. Let me see here. AWOL says, first, what do you require from a mate? Require? Love? Compassion? Dedication? I guess? Equality? James Miller says, submission isn't inherently wrong. I didn't say it was inherently wrong. I'm saying if they don't want to. Do you understand? If they don't want to do that, why are we forcing them to do that? Let's see here. We're almost done with this. Jesus. Hang tight. GGM says, why depression rates are higher among liberals? Read that. That would honestly not surprise me because they become aware of all the things that are happening, all the horrible things that are happening, and it leads to people being quite depressed from that. That would make perfect sense. All right. I have it more condensed. Let's see here. This is more condensed. All right. Let's pull up our notes here again. We're going to time it one more time. Discussing Christianity and secular humanism can be difficult since both come from deeply held worldviews, but by comparing their values and outcomes, we can meaningfully ask which produces a better society. First, we must define on what we mean by better. For me, it is about life satisfaction, the ability for people to pursue what they find meaningful. This differs from mere pleasure. A society built purely on mere pleasure, say, where everyone is sedated and fed by machines, would be miserable despite constant comfort. True fulfillment comes from meaning and satisfaction, not endless pleasure. Consider family. I may not enjoy every moment, but being involved helps my life structure and satisfaction. On a societal scale, most people desire the same satisfaction in their work, their families, their art, and in communities. The best system, then, is one that maximizes overall human satisfaction. When we compare Christianity and secular humanism under that standard, we can evaluate their outcomes. Wives, submit to yourselves as your own husbands, Ephesians 5:22. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man, 1 Timothy 2:12. Many Christian denominations still believe women should submit to men, but half of society cannot be fully satisfied under a framework that limits their independence. You shall not lie with a man as you would with a woman. It is an abomination. Leviticus 18:22. This single verse has caused immense pain. Entire communities, LGBTQI+ people, have been marginalized and subjected to harmful conversion therapy. The outcomes of acceptance and equality are clearly better than those of condemnation and exclusion. Slaves, obey your earthly masters. Ephesians 6:5. You may buy and female slaves from the nations around you. Leviticus 25:44. These verses were once used to justify slavery for centuries. While few Christians defend them now, history cannot be erased. Even during the Black Death, many Christians believed that it was a divine punishment for sin, choosing penance and flagellation over sanitation and quarantine, helping spread the plague further. Throughout history, this pattern repeats. Religious dogma often resists progress until reason forces change. Secular humanism, by contrast, relies on reason, ethics, and scientific inquiry to guide decisions, not dogma. It rejects the supernatural but allows for belief, so long as it doesn't dictate the lives of others. In a secular humanist world, Christians can still be Christians, but faith cannot be used to control law or restrict others' freedom. We must use evidence, empathy, and rational inquiry to decide what leads to the best outcomes for all. That's why secular humanism outpaces Christianity, not because it forbids faith, but because it grounds morality in what truly improves human life. 54:43. Not bad. That's better. 51, 52. So I can speak a little slower. I think I'll be happy with that. Yeah, I like that. All right. Debate prep. They always like charts and graphs and shit. Let's see. Text Jen says, "Whoa, a morning show." Yes. How you doing? Lol, Virgin reads book, becomes successful with the women folks. Great story, bro. What are you talking about? I'm just thinking. How do I want to address this? I could, for example, do a bunch of drawings. That would work. All right. Let's do it. Let's do some drawings. I'll just do like some crude drawings, I guess, like of the whole thing. And let's see. TextGen says, "Good morning, doing good, Amender. How are you? That last stream was wild. Made my head hurt. Does it really make your head hurt? Like, I hope make your head hurt in a good way, maybe. I don't know." All right. Let's do some drawing. We're gonna switch it up to drawing main. Yeah, we got drawing main here. Give me a second. Let me load that up. G drive. Main. Where the heck is the... Hold on. Give me a sec. Where is it? Give me a moment. Where is it? Do I not have it? Did I not install that? Did I not install that? I don't think I installed that. Let me see. I should have it somewhere here. VideoTube Mini. All right, here we go. Yeah, I must not have installed it. Let me go ahead and get it. I gotta set it up. Oh boy. I did not like that. Why did it do that? Sorry, just give me a sec. We're gonna get it. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my God, please. How do I get rid of the background? This looks good. All right, hold on. Closed mouth, open eye. Hold on. Video. I have to set this up. I'm so sorry. This won't take long though. Let's see. Closed mouth, open eyes. Is this? And then closed. Oh, wait, what? Open mouth image. Okay. Replace image. All right. Closed mouth. Closed eyes. All right, and then this is open mouth, open eyes. Or open mouth, closed eyes. Yeah, here we go. All right. I think we got it. Where was that drawing? Hold on. Where is it? Ah, Veto tube. Aha. We back, baby. You guys remember this thing? This is... he kind of shakes around a lot, though. Let me see here. Avatar settings? No. What is this? Language? Oh, jeez. Display. Avatar. Ooh. No, I don't want to do that. I want 0. I'll just leave that, I suppose. Movement scale? Movement scale. Oh my god, I'm like shaking. That's too much. I don't want him to like shake back and forth. I just want him to like move up and down. Auto. Whoa. Auto. Okay. Offset. There's like a movement scaling. State effects. Okay, I don't want random shaking. I don't want like random move. Hold on. Shaking. Shaking more. Custom. 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 I'm just shaking a lot. Amount is 0. I don't want shaking. Like it just looks scary when I shake. Hold on. Preset, custom, shaking more, shaking, vibing. Is it vibing? Vibing. Vibing. I don't know, bro. It just does shaking. Jump. Okay, that. I like that. I don't like the shaking. No shaking. Just there. Hey, I think I got it. Wait, I think I got it. Okay. All right. I think I did it. All right. Sorry. Now we can focus on the drawings. All right. We're gonna pull out a chalkboard, and we're just gonna, I don't know, just like a 1920 by 1080, and just do some drawings, I guess, to illustrate what I'm talking about. So, let's take my chalkboard here. Okay. Is this a 1920 by 1080? Let me see if I can have chalk. Is there a chalk drawing box? I mean, graphite kind of is like a chalk. China marker, charcoal. Here we go. Charcoal would be good. Charcoal champ 4. Yeah, that works. I think. I don't know. I don't know about that. Graphite? No. Just trying to... That looks chalky, I guess. Right? Alright, so... Is this a 1920 by 1080 image size? This is much bigger than a 1920 by 1080. Let's get it to 1920 by 1080. And then we're going to just, I don't know, I guess just focus on, yeah. All right. All right. So for the first part that I want to kind of address, oh, hold on. It's not showing the drawing. There we go. That should be better. So Discussing Christianity and secular humanism can be difficult because both deeply held worldviews, but by comparing their values and outcomes. Okay, so basically what I want to do is, have like two people like thinking. What does like an atheist? I don't want to like draw like a guy with like a fedora. Is that hand too big? I think I made that hand too big. By the way, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. You want to call in and have a discussion? I'd be more than happy to have a discussion with you. It's still too big looking. Still too big looking. Let me think here. Hold on. Hmm. What else should I put there? Like, I don't know. Ethics. I don't know. A book. Okay. That's our first slide, I suppose. We'll export that. Export that as a JPEG. All right, so we're going to do, we're going to make a folder here. We're going to call it, I don't know, 01, I guess. Slides. And then this is going to be 01 chalkboard. Okay. And then we need next drawing. All right. So first we must define on what is better. For me, it is about life satisfaction, the ability for people to pursue what they find meaningful. This differs from mere pleasure. A society built purely on pleasure, say, where everyone is sedated and fed by machines, it would be a miserable, despite constant comfort. True fulfillment comes from meaning and satisfaction, not endless pleasure. So, okay. So first we must define what better is. Okay, so what the fuck did this do? Oh, there we go. All right. Let me see here. What are people saying? My fault. Let's see here. Skank Hunt 42 says, imagine still being on the left in 2025. Well, imagine still being on the right and thinking that you're not like a fascist. GGM says, this isn't just stupidity. This is stupidity empowered by willful dishonesty. I can't imagine how it could be anything else. You could imagine you being wrong. You might be wrong. Anyway, so we must define what is better. Better for me is about life satisfaction. Better. All right, so that would be my graphic for better, I guess. I'm going to export that. JPEG. We're going to call it 202. Okay. Happy with that. Let's see here. Skank Hunt says, so no one can be a centrist. It's either left wing or fascism. False dichotomy. Dude, Donald Trump is sending people into concentration camps. Donald Trump is also sending in the National Guard against the state wishes, stating the reason why is because of more crime, despite the fact that The most amount of violent crime is happening in right-wing states, not left-wing states. Like, are you stupid? You're on the you are so cooked, dude, if you think that I'm the crazy guy. You are so cooked. All right, let's see the next one. First, we must define. Skank Hunt says, I didn't mention Trump. I just said I'm not a leftist, you clown. Okay, well, leftist as opposed to what? Somebody on the right? Are you on the right? Electro87 says, challenge for the chat. If you lived under Nazi Germany and knew about the camps, would you speak out? True. True. 100%. We know who would have supported the Nazis during those times and who would have been fighting against it. Trolley Polioli says right-wing states, but cities that are run by Democrats. There's actually zero correlation between the mayor being a Democrat or a Republican and that city having high or low crime rate. High and low crime rate are determined by socioeconomic factors beyond the control of somebody being on the left or the right. We actually went over that yesterday. We were able to pull up that information. All you could do is bash Trump fans. What a tard, LOL. Trump derangement syndrome. Dude, I really gotta get that teddy bear where it's just saying the common Trumpo talking points. They're actual morons. You guys are idiots. You guys are just unironic NPC idiots. I don't know what to tell you. Like, have any thought that is an independent thought from other people. Anyway, let's see here. First, we must... Okay, so a society is purely built on pleasure, say. What if everyone is sedated and fed on a machine? Here, I'll draw a machine. Okay. File export as a JPEG. Call it 03. Let's see here. GJM says, when will we see a transition progress? I don't know, when like people aren't so hateful towards trans people. Skankunts 42 says, so anyone not a leftist loves Trump's battling fake boogeyman is not even close to the USA, so Trump doesn't bother me. I'm just no longer a lefty. Stop talking to imaginary Trump fans. Then I don't know what you're asking here. You're the one coming in being an idiot troll. What are you asking? What do you want from me? typical lefty argument is name calling and crying. No, you guys are morons. I'm calling it like I sees it. You guys are fucking idiots. Shoot, my comment got chopped. Okay, I don't think the way Trump is handling immigration is done with finesse or even morally right as a whole. But are we saying concentration camps for the memes? No, I'm saying that they are creating camps outside of typical jurisdiction, and we are putting them there in prison indefinitely with no with no due process. So I'm going to call it for what it is. It's a concentration camp. Anyway, so this is what, the pleasure machine? All right, we're phone call. Here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this the hotline show?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Are you a woke liberal?
Sure am. What was your name?
Damn. Sage.
All right, Sage. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. Let's talk about the Zionists who kind of run the world.
All right, why don't you tell me about that?
Yeah, so basically, Jews genocide like Palestinians and stuff like that. But at the same time, they also have foreign influence overseas. They control a lot of the banking and like a lot of the media. And they basically force diversity on Western countries so that white people no longer exist.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on Hitler?
I don't know. He was a National Socialist. I'm not really too much of a socialist. I do believe in, nationalism to a certain extent, because if you look at it, it's like, China has Chinese people, Japan has Japanese people, Brazil has a lot of Brazilians, but it seems like only like Western and like European countries are like forced to be diversified. Isn't that kind of weird?
You're not really answering my question. What are your thoughts on Hitler? I didn't ask you about nationalism or anything regarding Brazil, or I'm asking you specifically, what are your thoughts on Hitler?
Yeah, I'm saying he was a National Socialist.
Yeah, I know what he was. I'm asking, what are your thoughts on Hitler?
He committed huge wars. He's not exactly the best guy around.
Not exactly the best guy around? That's the understatement of the century. What are your thoughts on Hitler?
Yeah, he wasn't exactly the best guy around.
All right. Well, so what if I told you that white people are never going to get replaced? It's actually physically impossible.
No, not really. You can keep pressing it.
What?
You can keep pressing it. You can keep like mass immigration up to eventually replace like an entire culture or like people.
Okay. So no, that's actually not possible, because there exist on Earth temperate regions, and what causes white people to exist is actually the fact that there's a lack of sun in certain areas. And even if you like perfectly mix and amalgamate, it should travel, decrease to any level. It would basically create white people again. So
you would be
wrong.
Surprised. You'd be surprised. The amount of black people that are in cold Chicago are insane. They can withstand it.
Yeah. They actually look a lot whiter than black people in, say, Africa or in sub-Saharan regions. This is because there's less sun.
Yeah, but if you, let's say,
so over time, if you talk like 1,000 years, right? That would lead to white people. That's what makes white people.
I don't know about that.
That's literally what that is.
Let's say you cleanse an entire white community and fill it with all black community in like a cold temperate area. Yeah, there's no going back. Just the genetics.
That's not true. If you say gave it 1,000 years, they would become white.
I don't know about that.
That's exactly how that works. That's how white people became a thing. There used to be only black people, and then they went to temperate zones and then became white.
So you're saying if I slaughtered all the Chinese people and then I started a huge new white population in China. They'd become Chinese.
Are you arguing?
You're making
So,
it sound
well,
like
first
you're
of all,
making it
I
sound
should
like
point
cold
out,
weather.
like in terms of like
You're making
in terms of haplo groups, there is no like singular like white population or black population or any of these things. Those are all just cultural. The reality is that literally everybody is a mutt. Literally everybody. Like, unless if you're talking about like very specific indigenous groups of people that have been largely cut off from society. Say, for example, if I did a genetics test on you, you would likely have an amalgamation of many different haplogroups. And so this idea that there's like an ethnic homogeneity in states is stupid. It's anthropologically incorrect.
I don't know. You're kind of making it sound like cold weather creates white people.
It does.
It's
specifically having more temperate areas, which is less sunlight. Yes.
What's the northeast part of China called? Not China, but it's like really northeast where they're up in the snow
Mongolia?
and stuff, and they're mainly Asian. It's not Mongolia. It's like very east, like northeast Russia, and they're on that cold ass
Siberia,
basically Antarctica. Yeah, Siberia. But they're Asian. Why aren't they white?
They are.
They're Asian.
Yeah, if you look at them, they have white skin.
No, I'm talking about like way before. You know, like those little goggles they would wear with like the two little slits, and like they were the Siberian people. They were Asian. I'm not talking about Russians. They're more.
So I mean, that's kind of hard to say that they're like Asian as opposed to like a native. They would likely be closer to that of Native Americans than they would be of Asian descent. But if you're asking like specifically coming from that Asiatic haplogroup, I suppose so. I don't see your point though.
Because I'm just trying to say, like, so you know how in like Alaska, right? It was like natives, right? Like Native Indians, pretty much.
Native, yeah. Again, you're like stuck on the whole like race thing, but I'm telling you, like everybody is a mutt, no matter what you are. And getting like stuck on race makes me go, okay, well, who am I talking to here? Am I talking? All right, hey, this is a conversation, right?
You hate.
No. So here's how this works, right? I'm more than happy and willing to talk to a race realist such as yourself, but just FYI, you're not going to steamroll the conversation, number one. Number two, I do actually want to have a very real conversation, and I've presented some pretty significant problems for the race realist and the race realist positions. And what I want you to do is actually address what I'm saying, right? Stop being argumentative. Stop being, terrible human being. Just try to have a conversation with me. So I reject your notion of like whiteness or blackness or like ethnic homogeneity, because haplogroups, there are many, many different haplogroups. And you express a combination of which, because of the hundreds or thousands of years of travel that have happened in human history. Nobody is a specific race to another. It's just people identifying based off of external characteristics. And so this idea of like wanting like an ethnic homogeneity doesn't actually make any sense. Are you with me? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but even if you neglect race, culture is still binding.
So are you saying if somebody has your culture and they're black, then they're good?
No, what I mean, like, if you...
Oh, okay, so it had nothing to do with the culture thing.
No, what I'm saying is if you...
All right, let's say this, right? Let me ask you, just for fun. I'm just curious. Let's say that you're the leader. Hey, buddy. Hey. You're not going to steamroll again. Again, you're muted. Nobody can hear you. We're going to try one more time. All right. I'm just going to ask you a question and just follow along with me. I'm just kind of curious. Let's say that I remove the Senate, I remove the Congress, I remove the Supreme Court, I remove the justice system. You are the sole arbiter of what you would do in the United States. Okay. So you have the United States now. What would you do with the United States? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I would send all people of European descent back to Europe, and I would give all the land back to the Native Americans, and I would send all of the African Americans or just general Africans back to Africa.
Why?
Because basically the forced diversity experiment has failed.
Well, we're currently living in it right now, and it hasn't failed. I can see that we live some of the highest quality of living standards of all time. Hey, man, you're going to do that thing where you're interrupting me. You're just going to get muted. I'm trying to talk to you. If all you're doing is responding to what I'm saying mid statement, that tells me you're not listening. So we're going to try one more time, okay? We live in some of the highest quality of living standards today, right? Historically speaking. So where are you observing that I don't know what you call it, an experiment? It's not really an experiment. It's just people moving from one location to another. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically this highest quality of living, like meme you're trying to enforce, is kind of fucking retarded. Because basically we have like
all right,
a really
good
high
talk.
rate of
Good talk.
homelessness.
It was
We're
nice
doing, like,
talking to you.
$1 billion
Go
to
be a
Israel.
fucking gross racist
there's
elsewhere.
basically, like,
And I hope
highest unemployment
I hope
rate in, like, the
your
world.
job finds
And
you
also,
one
like,
day and knows what you believe in, and then
African-Americans,
nobody
also,
hires
like,
you.
30%
Bye.
population.
Yeah, I don't like racists. I don't. The guy, it's a race realist. I don't like race realists. Sorry. We are taking calls though. I'll hear you out. I will, and I promise I won't be as combative towards you as I was the race realist. Yeah, I'm not going to tolerate that. Anyway, let's see here. We're doing the next thing. So here, what was I? I was society, not endless pleasure. Okay, so that's the third one. Okay, so now consider family. I may not enjoy every moment, but being involved gives my life structure and satisfaction. On a societal whole, most people desire that same satisfaction in their work, their family, their art, their communities. The best system, then, is one that maximizes satisfaction. Okay, so let's see. I may not enjoy it, but being involved gives my life structure of satisfaction. On a societal scale, let's see here. Trolley Polioli says, is the guy in the thumbnail the one speaking? Yeah, so the reason why you see it with the drawing as opposed to just me is because I'm actually like drawing right now. And so you'd just be seeing this the whole time. And so I just have this to kind of substitute that. All right, let me put the music back on. Okay, so this is family. societal as a whole, people desire their work, their families. That's funny. A laptop that just says work. GJM says, First Amendment, when you transition, will you prefer dresses or skirts? You're being weird, dude. Chill. TextGen says, I think that hyperbole is equally gross and does a disservice to the conversation. I agree. The problem is mixing different social groups with different points of view. Well, if you have a problem with like a particular point of view, that's a discussion. Like, I would imagine that there's probably certain very conservative Islamic sects that wouldn't be super compatible and require some level of socialization, but that doesn't like mean like, oh, therefore no Muslims. That's not how that works. Let's see here. So enjoy every moment. Honestly, most people desire work, their families, artwork. Okay, art. Artwork. Their communities. Let's see. U.S. Horizon watches. How much would it cost to do one of the hardest jobs there is and also put your life at risk daily? Just depends on supply and demand, I guess. Typically, though, I also believe that we should have unions to be able to negotiate how much somebody gets paid. Anyway. I don't like the word satisfy. Satisfaction is what I need. All right, so this is going to be 04. This is the fourth paragraph. Okay. When we compare Christianity to secular humanism, under that standard, we can evaluate their outcomes. Yes. All right, so we have... Let's see here. Bobro says, if I had my way, I would pass UBI and let other people have fun, stress-free. I don't think UBI works yet unless if we have like a super like automated system to do all jobs. Maybe if we could see, if that happened, maybe I could see it. But until we actually get that, people have to work in order to have like a higher quality of living standard. TextGen says, mind you, Bo, I don't like alligator Alcatraz, but I'm not carrying water for it. None of it makes sense and works, and doesn't make it a concentration camp is all I'm saying. Listen, I understand that that's divisive language, but I don't know what else to call it. A prison camp where we put people without due process to that camp, and it's like a prison where it has horrible human conditions, and people who work there literally have depression because of how badly they have to treat everybody. What can I call it? What is it? You know? Anyway, when we compare Christianity and secular humanism under that standard, we can evaluate their outcomes. Okay, so wow, that is a crap cross. Holy crap. Wait, hold on. I don't think I've ever drawn a brain. Like, I guess. I don't know. Electro 87. Feasibly, we should consider no different to what the U.S. did to the Japanese on soil in World War II. I completely agree. Yes. And we, to this day, call those concentration camps. So I'm with you there. Viper02 says, no negotiation with Democrat domestic terrorists. Dude, you are unironically calling people that you disagree with domestic terrorists. At what point do we just call you a fascist? At what point where we're like, hey, maybe we need to take a step back on the rhetoric and like try to like talk to one another as like human beings? Like, to be fair though, the last caller that I had where they argued that they wanted to, what was it? Move all the white people back to Europe and all the brown people to Africa. I'm going to treat him pretty poorly. I'm going to tell you that right now. Viper02 says, you already have for a decade. I've never called Republicans terrorists. Nor do I think that a person should be stripped of their rights simply for being a Republican. U.S. Horizon Watch is the ones they ate picking up at the court for their hearing and receiving deportation orders and being detained to that spot. So that's true if that is true, but not everybody is getting due process. Electro87 says 120,000 Japanese people were forcibly interned. Yes, that's correct. Canuckian Sled Cult says, wow, the right uses facts, logic, and common sense. The right uses name-calling and nonsense. Yeah, the right obviously does not use facts, logic, or common sense. Based on what I've observed, it doesn't appear that they're doing any of that. If anything, they're being pretty awful. Democrats as a whole, and if you support them, you are equally guilty. Dude, you are saying to jail people you disagree with. Like, what? You gotta chill, man. All right, let me export this. Export as JPEG. This is the 5th paragraph. Okay. All right, so this next one is going to require some writing. Should I just have like screenshotted the verse? Yeah, I guess. I'll By the way, this is a horrible verse. Holy crap. This is a terrible verse. So copy layer style, paste layer style. Export that as let's see here. Electro87 says, hey, First Amender, could we consider the kidnapped migrants to be political prisoners of the Trump regime? Can we consider kidnapped migrants to be political Yes. How would Charlie have felt if he were jailed for his speech? Yeah, it would have been terrible. I wouldn't argue for jailing of Charlie Kirk. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I would be in favor of jailing Charlie Kirk because of his stochastic terrorism. But at the same time, I don't believe that he should have been killed. Viper says, how would he feel? Well, you killed him, so he can't. Before we even knew anything about the shooter, they were openly saying that it was like a trans, like radical leftist. Like we didn't even know who the shooter was, and Donald Trump was already doing that. So like it's you guys being divisive. Like we're just sitting here and you're just pointing the blame at Democrats. What kidnapped migrants? There's tons of kidnapped migrants. Tons. Trolly Polioli says, U.S. Horizon Watch says, man, holy shit, what the fuck? Yeah, man, I have a lot of hate watchers, so that's kind of how this goes. I just noticed something. My main, the call is like not the same. Let me copy it and then paste it. Ah, there we go. And then I'm going to delete this. I don't need this. And we're just going to upgrade. Okay. JP says, do you know what kidnapped means? Yes, I do. All right, so now we have to like draw like a man standing like above, like. My cat's water bowl is gargling. I gotta change out the water. This is a terrible picture. Oh my god. I can't believe I drew that. Just haha, bow before me. I don't know. It says many Christians denominations still believe that women should submit to men, but half of society cannot fully be satisfied under a framework that limits their independence. Haha. Oh my god, that's such a tiny picture. Lisa Little, what is this? A picture for ants? Okay. Let's see here. Whoa, Braindead89 sent me a message. They said, cheap viewers on streamboot.com. Remove the space at AGYC full 0. Wow. Thanks for that. GGM says, if asked, most women will say they want a man that is taller than them, physically stronger, braver, and financially successful. To any with person with a modicum of sense, they can see how. This entails submission. Well, so that's great for those people, but not everybody wants that. Not everybody wants to submit. They want to be independent, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with independence. That's what I'm fighting against, is that the fact that there ought to be that submission. It's wrong. Electro says, can I just say that mass deportation is the slowest, most expensive way of dealing with a problem of unauthorized migration? And that's going to cause a problem? Yes, you're correct about that. Let me take a look here. So we have... Yeah, sorry. So... Okay. What just happened? What did I just do? Whatever. It's fine. Okay. Next. Export this. Let's see here. We are taking calls if you do want to call in. 202-998-5218. Let's see. Electro87. We already know that people are being arrested and kidnapped by ICE, regardless of their migrant status, and including homegrown Americans. Yeah, that is true. I'm telling you, man, these people are on the wrong side of history. They don't realize it. Apologies for the crude drawings. I swear I'm a better drawer than this. Oh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, good morning, Amanda.
Hey, how you doing, Extremo?
Doing good, bro.
What you want to talk about?
Well, you're talking about human secularism?
Yeah, so I'm actually doing some debate prep for Christianity versus secular humanism.
Okay. What's your contention with Christianity?
Yeah, I think
You're
it doesn't
specifically
lead.
trying to compare to.
I just think it doesn't lead to
human
the best
secularism.
outcomes.
Okay.
Like I think it makes lives worse for a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's difficult to gauge, don't you think?
What is?
Because in some, like obviously, like what do? Do you do it in average? Because you wouldn't make the case that like Christian values haven't produced, good outcomes. You would never make that claim, right? I think you said that
No,
earlier.
I just think that, like, here's the thing. Like, from a secular humanist perspective, you can be a Christian in secular humanist world. But their argument is that the morality is better for for Christianity than it is secular humanism, even though empirically that's not the case.
Well, no, they're stating that all morality stems from the foundations of Christianity, bro. Like they're not making the claim that like they're the best.
The debate is specifically Christianity versus secular humanism, and I just think in terms of morality, secular humanism is far, far better than Christianity.
Well, make a long story short, I mean, we can agree that there's obviously like a lot of correlation between like modern logic and like the way modern secular morals that are established through logic and the fundamentals of Christianity. There's a lot of correlation, right? Like it goes without saying. But what differences do you think that the like secularism has that Christianity doesn't doesn't respond to, like a problem that secularism solves that Christianity doesn't have a response to? Like in what way
like
is
for
Christianity
example,
not
like
effective in creating a?
Yeah, like how they treat LGBTQ people.
Well, most Christians treat them with like
Okay,
human
that's
beings,
not
right? Like
what.
they don't go around stoning them, for example, right? Or like beating on them, or like
They're
most of them,
super
right? Like
hateful.
95%.
The Christian community is often super
No.
hateful towards.
Well,
They
hold on,
literally
dude.
say
Super hateful.
that it's an
That's a strong.
abomination.
Okay. Yeah, I think that let's see. I think that like the remake
Yeah,
of
why not
fucking
treat individuals who decide to be LGBT or be out as LGBT, that we treat them with grace and dignity, and not
do.
with derision
Most do, at least.
and open hatred. Well, but that's not what the Bible argues. The Bible
okay, but,
argues
like,
that it's an
we're
abomination.
talking about
And there's
the
a
outcomes,
ton,
right?
there are a ton of Christian sects that argue that, right? So you saying,
Okay.
listen, that's only some Christians. That doesn't really address my problem.
That's not what
so
I'm
you're
saying. I
saying,
wouldn't say that.
you were saying earlier that it's better that Christianity, the morals are better than a secular
Yes.
humanist worldview. I bring up LGBT people, all of a sudden that goes out the fucking window.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because most Christians, like the grand majority, like so much that like you can control for variables, like people, like groups within extremist groups within the group that are like violent.
I don't think that matters. I'm pointing out with secular humanism comes to the conclusion,
like violent towards gay people,
Christianity comes to the conclusion that laying a man
not, like,
as you would
people
another man is an abomination.
Yeah,
that's what
do
Christianity.
Yeah,
please
do
stop
it.
talking. You said that that Christianity, the Bible says that it's an abomination. Period. It also further explains that even in New Testament. So both Old and New Testament makes claims about what the status is for LGBT people. So, however, under secular humanism, it doesn't allow for that at all. There is no indication that we should mistreat LGBTQ people.
Right. But
so, which one do you think?
Which one
do you think is better, morally speaking? Do you think mistreating them and treating them as something other or something lesser? Do you think that that's better, or do you think that we should treat them with dignity?
Well, okay, we're talking about
what's a better society? I'm asking you. Like, you have two societies.
Are you talking about me? Well,
yeah, I'm asking you. Which
is the
society?
One that results in the outcome of less people being harmed, right?
Okay, so then that would be.
That's the major goal, right?
So then the answer to that would be secular humanism.
Well, hold on now. So, what does secular humanism propose?
Oh, that you have to use reason.
Is it like all encompassing? Like,
yes.
Like accept all people, like no matter what, like.
Well, it's kind of like accept people within human reason.
Right. Exactly. Right. So there needs to be a reason why a group would be like chastised or like excluded from society or desired to be excluded from society. And I from like, obviously I'm not a Christian, but from what if you're gonna say, and I think you and I would agree that, like, although this country is mostly secular, like it does base a lot of its fundamental values from religious, like from religion, like that. There's no arguing against that. You could say that it's led to a secular society, but like, you know, we have most Western countries have based their societies off of like fundamental, you know, Christian values. And if you look at the greatest societies in the world, right? Like, if you look at them, they're usually not like
secular
places where gay people. Well, they're usually not places where people are like getting fucking linked for being gay, right? Like,
yes,
even if
yeah,
you
it's
look
usually
at the most
secular
Christian
societies that have better outcomes. That's correct.
Right, and if you, well, no, what I'm saying is that, like, the idea that, like, the claim that Christianity produces the conditions in which homosexuals are like like excluded from society. It's not the case. Usually, what is a better what correlation actually more clearly is the reason why that occurs is whenever
like
you have a
I don't need to
society
be
that is
correlatory that
and
that
violent.
among LGBTQ community,
It's not about faith.
you know, people saying, for example, God hates F-bombs, that all encompassing, that's only coming from one place. That's Christianity doing that.
Right.
And I don't think I'd agree with that. I think that LGBT people have a right to exist just as everybody else,
They do.
and free from harassment,
that's not a
free from
criminal,
being
of course.
harassed. So, given
Yeah.
the fact that there's a group of people that that, by the way, correctly interpret the Bible in what it says, where they specifically want to deride gay people for being gay and treating them that there's something wrong with them, it's terrible, terrible. It shouldn't happen.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't think it should happen either, Amender, but you know, the reality is that like we can't measure an entire ideology based on like extremes, right? Like, because then everybody's fucked up. You know what I mean? Like the reality is that like Christianity versus secularism. I mean, if you wanted to make a valid comparison between the two, you would have to look at the best of the best outcomes from both systems, and you notice that like in reality, right, both systems, if practiced correctly and in fundamental ways, lead to people that are usually very empathetic, very giving, very willing to work hard or you know, work hard, you know, have a practice values that have been proven to lead to more successful offspring, such as being in a two-party relationship. Like if you look at a lot of secular
You can
people,
have
they still get
successful
married.
offspring in a gay relationship.
Right. You can, well, that's not what I said. I said that even gay people that are religious, right? Like the fact that they stay together, they practice. You know, obviously, it's not about the fact that they're gay, bro. It's the fact that they're practicing. They end up leading to extremely similar outcomes. And you notice that, like, the only reason you are upset with Christianity, bro, really, from what you've told me, is because some people are fucking stupid and hold fucking signs outside of fucking abortion clinics or whatever. I don't know. That's really your issue, those people, right?
No,
But,
my
like,
issue is that
for the most part, bro,
you're not understanding
good outcomes.
what I'm trying to say is that secular humanism leads to better outcomes than Christianity. That's what I've said. And when I bring up LGBT people, that's a good example where secular humanism leads to better outcomes. And you seem to be agreeing that secular humanism is the better option there regarding LGBT people.
I'm saying they lead to the same outcome.
No, they don't. They don't because it's very clear in the Bible. It says it very clearly on how they are regarding gay people.
Yeah, don't do it. It's probably not good for you. Yeah. But, you know, I agree with that. I don't like gay shit. Like, if you're gonna do gay shit, do it in private,
it's
you know?
just a person wanting to exist.
No, that's cool. They can exist.
Yeah. So if they have a gay relationship, that doesn't affect you in any way.
Yeah.
In
No, it
fact,
doesn't.
if
Not at all.
you want to
Unless
live
they're
your
like,
not gay life, you can do it. But other people who want to be gay, they can live their gay life.
Yeah, but unless they're like wearing like, you know, fucking clothing that I would find like revolting, I really don't give a fuck what they do, you know, or if they do like really gay shit in public, you know, because you know what, them gays, man, they have no limit, dude. They're crazy. They'll do gay shit in public. They don't give a fuck. You know, well, you would know more than anything, right? Like the point is that like that's what Christians have against homosexual. It's not the homosexual part. It's just that the problem is that like in the modern world, homosexuality has led to more liberal behavior, and you know, people that are conservative, obviously being traditionalists, need to they create barriers because You're not going to say that a person ought not be Christian if they are happy to be Christians, right? Like, you wouldn't say that, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, the problem in here is that you have a misunderstanding of what the issues are with Christianity. If you think that Christianity leads to worse societies and secular societies, when they would, if practiced correctly, like they have similar outcomes.
No, not at all.
Well, I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding, bro. But I mean, that's just my position. You know, like I live in Texas, you know that. I don't see people getting fucking beat up for being gay over here. I see them getting beat up for being weird.
You don't think that people get beat up for being gay in Texas?
I mean, bro, I lived in the hood. I didn't see it.
Well, I'm just letting you know right now, there's a ton of hate crimes happening, and it's only increased because of the Trump administration.
A ton is a lot.
All right.
Like a ton within, like, you know, I don't see it. Like,
you don't need to see it. We just need to observe incidents regarding Texas. By the way, just FYI, there's currently laws on the books in Texas specifically discriminating against LGBT people.
Well, again, bro, I don't see like gay people in Texas being treated as second-class citizens, bro. Like, they seem to be doing well, doing better than most people, than like non-gay people. That's for sure.
Yeah. So as of 2023, you can pull up the hate crimes justice.gov database, and I'll go ahead and just provide that right here. In 2021, there was 111. This is specifically regarding sexual orientation, bias motivations. 111 were for 2021, 127 for 2022, and 118 for 2023. Oh, I'm sorry. And then gender identity. There's more with gender identity here as well.
111 instances is a ton?
Yeah. That's a lot. I mean, ideally, I would like to have that number at 0.
It's like millions. Well, yeah, obviously, like
let's get that to 0. How about we not hate people for their sexual orientation? How about that? Hot take.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't.
But they do. And I just showed you an example that they did.
I brought that up yesterday, bro. Like, you're trying to tell people something is a big deal when it's not. I'm telling you, gay people don't work. As long as they're not being fucking weird, and me and you agree on the definition of what fucking weird is, then nobody really fucks with gay people, bro, like that, in the sense that you're regarding that. I mean, you can make the argument it used to happen. Oh, absolutely. People were less educated and more bigoted back then. But it's like I said, like the stronger correlation is the instances of which those hate crimes occurred. I would argue would probably come from places that meet the criteria of being places that have low education, or instances in which the hate crime was tied to another crime. So, like, if a person was, like, in a car accident and then called somebody the hard N-word type shit. It is not because they are gay that those incidents occurred most of the time, bro. I'm telling you.
It's literally giving you the exact instances that the hate crime was specifically done because of sexual orientation being the bias motivation category.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
All right. So you're saying, no, it wasn't because they were gay. It was because, I don't know, one guy said the N-word to another guy. No, it's because of the sexual orientation
that a person would experience. Maybe in 111 instances, you're absolutely right. Like, it's objectively because they were gay. 111 instances of something occurring in a population of what, like, how many people are there in fucking Texas? Like, what, like 40 million people? I think people, like, get robbed of a burrito with a gun more often than, you know, there's fucking instances of homophobia by your definition, bro. Like, pretty much that would just assume that you're basically saying that Texas is a utopia.
No, it's not a utopia.
No, it's not. But that's my point. My point is that
Actually,
like
god awful over there.
111 instances of something is extremely low of any crime.
That's not
You
low.
would,
That
I
was in a
mean,
single year.
yeah, that's
All
365
right,
days,
hold on.
right?
Let's pull up hate crimes Netherlands.
Hopefully that backfires on you. That'd be funny.
That would be funny. Let me see here.
That's gonna kill me if it backfires on you, man. You know that, right?
What?
If it happens to be like there's like a right wing group of assholes in the fucking Netherlands that are just like beating up gay people.
Bruh. You suck, dude.
What? I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm telling you, most people don't give a shit about homos over here in Texas, bro. Like, it is what it is, you know? Like, I actually, really, as long as, like, I think that, like, there's a standard of behavior, right? That most people have, most groups have. And, like, we should be sensitive to those standards, especially if you are visiting or you're living in an area where that's the mindset of the majority. And I think that you would agree with that, right? Like, people ought be able to create like areas in which,
Wow. I'm actually seeing right here that that there's 959 anti-LGBT hate crimes. That's a lot.
hell yeah. I'm telling you, bro. Like,
I'm actually kind of curious though. Like, does this have something to do with the fact that they actually police hate crimes, and like in Texas they don't police hate crimes?
yeah, more than likely. But that's where fucking
That's
statistics
even
are funny,
worse.
right? Like, well, I mean, the reality is that like there's no real way to tell, right? Like, you can't say, well, the statistics say one thing, therefore it is a monolith. It's true, right? Like, that's not how things work. That's not how anything works. Like, the fact that polls are so inaccurate most of the time is proof that you cannot use statistics exclusively, because the obviously there's always going to be a flaw in which in the what's the word that I'm looking for, the way they do the analysis and gather the data is, bro. There's always going to be flaws, right? But also you got the biggest flaw, which is that like most statistics are based on a gathered group that is trying to create an artificial median of the group that they're trying to analyze, and that's impossible, right? Unless you have 100% of everybody participating in every type of fucking statistic, there's too many variables.
I don't think.
Right? That's why you
could address co-founding variables.
Yes, I'm sure you can, right? But you can only try to do your best, right? And that's the reality of statistics. And you know that, right? That's why they have so much study on it, right? Or else it'd just be like, well, clearly we are able to gather information from everybody,
Extremo.
right? So the point that I'm saying is that like you're saying that like Christianity leads to the outcome of groups within the because of Christianity, because you're saying that, well, in the text it says you should treat gay people a certain way, when in reality you've read the Bible, right? It doesn't say you should like for the grand majority of it, it even says that you should not treat the people that you disagree with harm, like, right? Like the most, and thus you get mostly a society of Christians that are like not antagonistic towards homosexuality, even though they disagree with it, because they're, obviously Christianity disagrees with it. And this is the point that I'm making, is that you're making the assumption that, well, we should make this, the secular societies lead to better societies, but in reality, you go to the Netherlands and people are hateful of gay people there too, because bigotry is not something that is an outcome of religion, bro.
That's definitely not true.
Well, no, you completely ignore the economic factor and the educational factor and the and the intelligence factor. Like, there's just so many fucking factors that are.
I would agree with you. There are probably other factors, but I don't think religion helps in terms of like the anti-LGBT sentiment.
Well, Christianity. I'm not going to say religion, because we all know them Islams. But I mean, I would say, okay, well, I mean, I think we live in a pretty good society now. And again, if you compare secular morals and traditional Christian morals, very strong correlations. You're making the assumption that the prescription for homosexuality with Christianity is to
it's a causal mechanism because it's
reality.
literally there in the Bible. It's as clear as day.
Mean,
couldn't be any clearer.
I mean, does it say to stick them in a blender?
No, it says it's an abomination.
What does it say?
What should you do with abominations?
You should
get rid of it, right? You get rid of abominations.
Well, no. You try to correct.
What is the word? No. But this is what I mean, dude.
Right.
Correct what?
Well, that's
them being gay.
Prescription for. Well, that's what Christianity's prescription to anything is, bro.
Dude. There's there's nothing to correct. It's just an individual that wants to live their life, right? There's nothing to correct. That's the mentality that I have a problem with, and that stems from Christianity, and that causes a crap ton of harm. You can Google what conversion therapy and attempts to correct has resulted in some of the worst human atrocities, some of the worst human experiments in history. It has led to a majority of these people ending up in offing themselves because of the problems that they have later on in life. They never get to basically be themselves, right? They get told over and over that there's something wrong with you when there's nothing wrong with them.
Well, some people.
Dude, I'm talking about LGBT people. There's nothing wrong if you're gay.
Bro, LGBT.
Is there anything wrong with you? Let me ask you. Now. Is there anything wrong with a person being gay?
Not inherently.
No.
But gay people can
be evil
too.
Stop obfuscating. Just say yes or no to that question.
No, obviously.
Thank you. There is so there's nothing to correct, is there?
Well, sometimes.
No. There's nothing to correct if a person is gay. What are you correcting?
Oh, well, I think that some people, and straight people do it too, but you mostly see it in liberal groups is that overt sexuality, I think is something that's led to a progressively more difficult world for both males and females. And in that it's created the conditions in which people are not happy with the status quo anymore. And now you have, like you said, a caller said earlier, a society that is depressed because they have no meaning. And secularism is always going to question, and that creates a lot more friction within groups. Because, obviously, if secularism has no defining standard of morals, then
there is a defined standard of morals. It's you're using your human reason.
Well, no, I mean.
Anyway,
you're right.
I'm going to be honest with you, Extremo.
It's gone too long.
We just have to agree to disagree here. We're beating the dead horse, and I'm just going to move on. Okay, appreciate your call.
No, bro. Hey, bro, you have a great day, bro.
Bye-bye. Oh, what is going on? Am I dropping some frames? I think I'm dropping some frames, y'all. 4,700, 5,200. Come on, come back up. Oh my God, I'm dropping frames. All right, well, give me a second. I need to, I gotta take care of my cat's water bowl, and I'm just gonna take care of some stuff. So I'll just be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna have more debates, more discussions. So just hang tight real quick, okay? I'll put on some music while we're waiting. Okay, we're back. We are back. Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that. We're back. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. Willing to hear you out. Let's take a look here. Did I export this? Let's see. No, I did not. All right, where was I? Throughout history, this pattern repeats. Religious dogma often resists progress until reason forces change. Secular humanism, by contrast, relies on reason, ethics, scientific inquiry to guide decisions, not dogma. It rejects supernatural but allows for belief so long as it doesn't dictate the lives of others. Let's see here. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello?
Hello?
Was this the woke hotline?
Yeah. Who am I talking to?
Mr. Chud?
Mr. Chud. All right, Mr. Chud, what do you want to talk about?
Well, you're like a anti-Trump guy, am I right?
Sure am.
Yeah, well, I just want to say he's not such a bad guy.
Okay. Is that all you
And-
wanted to?
Well, no, let me explain why. Like, do you agree with his budget cuts? With the whole Doge
No.
thing?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because I believe that it's possible to have social safety nets that lead to beneficial outcomes. And I just think that we should tax the wealthy more in order to provide the social safety nets for people who are low and middle income.
Well, can you agree that there was a lot of waste in the government? Kind of stuff that's being unused.
I mean, I wouldn't
People
disagree
kind of
that there's waste in the government. I just think that you should probably consider that maybe it's a good idea to say, to have, understand that most of the wealth currently is propped up at the top. I think like the final 1% has more than 50% of the wealth in the United States. And there's people who are having a hard time surviving. And I don't think cutting social safety nets is the move there.
Well, there wasn't all. I'm just going to tell you a quick story really quick. So when the whole like budget cut things happened, I work for the government. I was worried about my like department being kind of, slaughtered and all that. But they actually kept it. It's actually really good because we like travel like overseas, and we do like a lot of studies and stuff like that. And we travel to parts of Africa, like Nigeria and Chad and stuff like that. And we like, we give them some water and stuff like that, and we give them supplies like medical aid. And we also researched their culture a bit and stuff like that, and like we try to like give them books and stuff like that. And as me and my other former colleagues like to call it, we call it a niggerology.
All right. Thanks for that. Phones are open. Where was I? Electro says, well, they started off so well. awolthoughts says, okay, screw that guy. I agree. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's have a discussion. Export as. That's number 14. In a secular humanist world, Christians can still be Christians, but faith cannot be used to control law, restrict others' freedom. Okay. So I think I should just like draw like a church in one side, right? Like and then like government on the other side, I guess. And then like a check mark here. And then like an X here, I guess. Yeah. TextGen says, as a prime advocate of sky fairies, I think that they get a short end of the mythological stick too often, very marginalized. Reminder that modern negative connotations assigned to nihilism are just that, modern. If you ascribe to that opinion, you're not capable of such a discussion. I'm an optimistic nihilist, actually. And that's not a misnomer. That actually does make sense. So I don't believe that there's like an actual purpose as to like why we're here. We're just kind of here, like just deterministically. It's not really like for a particular reason. I think like we just like, we're like humans and we strive to find purpose because we're like immensely conscious of our surroundings, and it causes us to have certain neuroticisms about the world, such as, is this made for me? Regarding the universe, and the universe doesn't really owe us anything nor an explanation. And so I just don't think that there is a purpose, but the purpose is what you find in yourself, what you find valuable in your life. And I just believe that that's ultimately what the reason why you're here, if you really want a reason. But universally, you don't have a reason. You just exist deterministically. Because of the way that the universe is, we were determined to exist. With that being said, it's really, really cool looking up at the stars and realizing that you're the stuff of the universe experiencing itself. That's really cool. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I hope that didn't go over people's head. Let's see here. AWOL says it's immoral to advocate for abortion. I don't think anybody is actually advocating abortion. It's just advocating people's access to abortion. Joachim says, First Amendment, unban me or give me a legit reason for banning me on Discord. Yes, the reason why I banned you on Discord is because it's my hangout spot. It's where I go to hang out with people. And I don't want to be suffered listening to racists all day. So that's why I banned you. You're not going to shit up my Discord by talking your racist crap. You can call the number. And I'll hear you out. But yeah, in terms of, the Discord, sorry, dude, I am not unbanning you. All right, 15 so far. In a secular, Christians can still be Christians. Faith cannot be used to control law or restrict others' freedoms. Okay, hold on. That's why secular humanism outpaces Christianity, not because it forbids faith, but because it grounds morality in what truly improves, leading to better overall, no matter what denomination of religion you uphold. I think, honestly, that's a pretty good... I'm just going to just put that in, I guess. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's have a discussion. I'm right here. All right. So I have 16 slides, which means I should have 16 separated. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, I have 16. Okay, now we just put it all into a PowerPoint. Let's get it into a PowerPoint. I think we're good to go. I think I could just... We can go back to normal. All right, let's just unplug some stuff. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. Weeping says statistics aren't racist. Well, it depends if you're using it in a racist way. There are statistics that when presented a specific way can be construed as racist. Okay, so I'm going to make a slideshow. Joachim says he bans people for fake racism. You cannot talk with another person if you... Yeah, again, you're not allowed in my Discord. My Discord's my hangout spot. It's where I hang out. I'm not going to unban you. It's not happening. Drop it. TextGen says, I'm going to miss Amender Wojak. I was thinking to myself, like, I should have the Libtardo shirt. I think it's a great shirt. Okay. Anyway, let's make a quick... Where the heck is it? All right, we're going to open up PowerPoint. Rain says, AWOL, call in on abortion. I'm going to be driving soon and I could use something to listen to. Dang. Electro87 says, Rain, without authority, what use is morality? Is there an instinctive basis that can be used to produce such a model? TextGen says, potential future merch idea. Put on a blue baseball cap. All right. All right, so I'm going to share this PowerPoint, I guess. Put it way down here, I guess? No, further. I guess? Sure. All right. Okay, so let's start off by deleting everything because we already made the slides. The slides are done. All right. Insert picture. And then, is there a shortcut to make a new slide? Control M? Why? All right, hold on. So we have a total of 16 slides. So I'm going to delete this, Control C, Control V. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, good afternoon. What's up?
Hello. What you want to talk about? What's your name?
Oh, my name is Dom. What's up? What's your name?
Dom. I'm First Amender. What would you like to talk about, Dom?
Dealer's pick.
Dealer's pick? Well, I'd like to talk about trans rights.
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah, I just think that trans people should not have any laws preventing them from living their life in any way. I believe that we're kind of living through like a weird kind of a Jim Crow era specifically for trans people. There's a lot of laws being passed on the books that have no basis in empirical reality. And it likes to make a boogeyman or a scapegoat out of something that doesn't exist.
You know what? I kind of agree with that. Where it's, I think it's most of the trans stuff is generally a distraction from the, let's say, the power structure, just trying to like pit us against each other with like marginal issues. That really, like, I think for the most part, like, I'll say 80% of people agree on most things. I think the trans issue is being used to manipulate all of us to like put ourselves against each other generally. And, you know, I think it's like such a small enough population that it really doesn't affect anything, I'll be honest.
Well, would you be in agreement that we shouldn't have laws on the books preventing, say, trans people from accessing the bathroom that they want?
I think the whole bathroom issue is very overstated. Even, I mean, if you even think about it, like, if you like go on a higher level, the fact that we have a men's and women's bathroom is really segregationist. Like, we really should go down to having one bathroom for everybody. And really, I think that would mitigate a lot of the problems where it's like, okay, so you have someone who's biologically male or biologically female using a bathroom that they identify with. Generally, like, if everyone has one bathroom, I think that mitigates all the problems. You have a closed-off stall. Everyone uses their own It's not an issue at that point. Do you know what I mean?
I think I see what you're saying.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think that there's already men and women bathrooms. And so I'm perfectly okay with a trans person just using the bathroom that they see fit.
But do you think that, like, if we go down to like one bathroom, that it no longer becomes an issue?
But you don't need to. You don't need to do any of that. You could just let people use the bathroom and not write laws on the books that prevent trans people from being able to use the bathroom.
Well, so I frequently travel Europe, right? So in Europe, they have like everyone has their own private stall and like a shared like way to like wash your hands. Like, why can't we implement that model here? You know, as much as like we like talk about like laws and stuff like that, like I'm an engineer. I think through like an engineering lens. So if you just go to like individual stalls, I think that kind of mitigates it and it kind of like cuts it off where it's like it's not an issue. Do you know what I mean?
I guess so. I just my only thought is like, you know, we don't need to spend millions of dollars, you know, revamping all of the bathrooms. You could just leave them as is and just let people use the bathroom that they see fit. I don't see the problem.
I mean, that's a good point, but you know, it was interesting. It's like the bathroom situation is like where we kind of like got our claw stuck in. You know what I mean? We don't really see, because like, I mean, we already are a segregated society, like amongst like men and women, where we don't like there. You know, although we say we're equal and we have equal opportunities and equal accessibility, it's not equal. Like there's there's a separate bathroom for women, there's a separate bathroom for men. And I think we're really masking the truth that, like, we do live already in a segregated society. And I think the trans issue is kind of like highlighting some of those already segregated issues, like structures we have, let's say, in our society. Do you know what I mean?
Fully follow, but okay. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about specifically?
I just enjoy engaging in this conversation. But it was nice talking to you.
Okay. Yeah, good talk. Are you subscribed?
Oh, no, I'll sub you for sure.
Oh, I appreciate it, Dom. Thank you. You have a great day.
Thank you. You did the same. Bye-bye.
That was reasonable. Am I dropping in frames? I don't understand. It's giving me some dropped frames. Hopefully it's not too bad on your guys' end. Anyway, we're taking calls 202-998-5218. Oh, I'm so sorry. The music. Played music that whole time. All right, let's play some Stalker 2. We're done with our prep work, so we can kind of just do it. Where is this saved? Desktop. Debate prep. All right, I think we're good. Bobro says, autism isn't a mental illness, and being for autism doesn't mean I am autistic. I mean, if I had to guess, man, there's probably like a lot of like really, really intelligent people that are definitely on the spectrum. Like, you're going to tell me, so Isaac Newton was sitting there staring up and hyperfixating on the stars. And then somebody was like, huh, how do you know the planets are elliptical, are circular as opposed to elliptical in their orbital pattern? And so he walked off and invented differential calculus. And then what is this game? Well, oh, I died. I'm just falling through. All right, well, we're just going to wait for that to do something. I'm gaining radiation somehow? Nope. Looks like radiation stopped. We're just going to fall. Do I die eventually? I hope. What is going on in this game? Rubik says a good chunk of the scientific community are autistic, so autism causes vaccines, not the other way around. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good. I don't know what is happening. I'm just going to reload and hope that that doesn't happen twice. Electro87 says you win the game, Amender. Why is this happening? Is it just a broken save? Stop. We'll try another load. It's a Rubik says, I am on occasion. Hilarious. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Call in. I promise I won't bite your head off. I promise. Why is the world not loading? How do I... You think it's possible for me to kill myself? Let me see here. This should kill me. Wait, can I just hold that indefinitely? I pulled the... What do you... Dang it. I'm falling too fast. I'm just going to fall. It's a Rubik says, I'm looking forward to tonight's dumpster fire. Yeah, I did. I finished up my intro. My intro is done. I did the work. I even did a bunch of cute drawings. Chaos says, also, you keep falling in an endless pit, Amender. LOL, LOL. Yes. I'm hoping that, I don't know, like, shouldn't there be like a bottom, like in the sense that it'll just kill you automatically because you fell too far? Joachim says, does your trans community want to debate me? I was there. No. I mean, if you want to debate me, you can call the number 202-998-5218. But no, I will not have you on my Discord. Texas Jen says, can you cook a grenade in your hand? So you can hold it, but apparently even if you pull it, the, what is it? The pin, it still doesn't go off in your hand, which is disappointing, I guess. Will I die eventually? Like, if I wait? I'm just going to load. This is a broken save. All right, so we tried the quick save. We tried this auto save. Let's try an older auto save. Hashtag sheltering. Ah, there we go. Okay. We back. Just gonna... Why is it doing this? I've never seen this glitch before. Why is it doing this? Ask First Amendment about races who self-segregate. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, go do it. I don't care. Live your life, dude. I just don't think you should have laws that say, oh, let's, you have to, segregate. All right. So go down. We can go way back. Apache says, why did you stop joining the Discord debate server? So I've not stopped. I now have a new Discord, discord.gg/First Amender, Apache. And I guess like it's because I use Discord to like kind of hang out with friends and talk with people. And it helps like pass by time when I'm like working, you know, it's helpful. Like it just moves the day along. And I just, it wasn't good for like my mood to be like listening to racists just left and right. I just got tired of it. And I was like, I don't want to be a part of that at all. All right, I think I should be all right. Electro87 says, that's actually kind of interesting how the loading process works in the engine. Yeah, it is very strange. All right, well, we have to wait for the anomaly to finish. Joachim says, I'm not a racist. I work with Africans. He just did. I have black friends meme. Is anybody going to tell him? Salamander1018 says, how do I debate you? You call the number 202-998-5218. You're on the line with First Amender.
Amender.
Hey, how you doing, Chaos?
Chilling. I wanted to talk to you about something I saw. The old homie, you and my favorite, Steven Crowder, get on campus and do another one of his segments. And this time around, it was "The Left is Violent, Change My Mind." Okay. And, you know, I went through the statistics. I was just curious. So I started Googling statistics. I was trying to see what was popping. It looks like both are. It looks like both are in different ways. So, you know, both U.S. left and right parties have been responsible for policies and wars leading to mass deaths in different ways. Republican rights, more associated with war and deaths abroad and reduced social safety nets. Democrats on the left are more associated with wars of intervention and policies that sometimes failed in domestic outcomes. So it's less about killing and more different types of harm depending on who's in power.
Oh, well, I think that Democrats and the amount of violence that happens among Democrats, it's usually towards property. Whereas when it comes to Republicans, it's usually towards people.
I could see that. I can see. Well, I mean, depends, right? Because the left, you know, Democrats, like they've also engaged in war, like World War I under Wilson, World War II under FDR, Vietnam escalation under Johnson.
We're talking about crime, right? Not wars, right?
Wait, what happened?
We're talking about crime, not wars, right?
Oh, I thought we were talking. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Yeah, because I thought you said that the right focus more on like killing in terms of people, and the left focus more on property damage. I thought that's what you meant. Never mind.
Yes. Well, so in terms of like crimes, the left, if they are violent, it's towards property.
Okay.
Whereas violent crimes, in terms of the right, it's towards people.
Yeah, I could see that. For like, it's like not even on the political aspect, just the people, individuals themselves. Yeah, because the right would go after people, the left would go after property. But it's funny because it's like The way it looks is, okay, so you got like, let's say, I'm going to use a random ass example, like a BLM riot, right? Starts destroying property, right? Mass property damage. Not too many people injured. But then you have other instances, you know, the right starting specific rallies. Not too much property damage, not at all, if anything, and just a lot of people injured. So I definitely do see the dichotomies, but I see them in people. I don't see them as, okay, Trump issued people to be more violent, or Obama issued people to destroy more property. I just see this as an individual baseline of, this is what people feel, and it just feels like specific parties lean more towards it. What do you think?
I'm not sure if I'm following you.
Okay. Basically what I'm saying is, I can understand it's okay. It's on an individual person's level. So, for example, the individual themselves is going to decide, okay, do I want to hurt somebody? Do I want to cause property damage or mass property damage, or even both? I don't think I don't think like politics shifts them to either be violent to a group of people or to do mass property damage. I think that's on the individual themselves. But they use their own individual morals to align to a party that similarly represents their values. There we go.
I guess so. I just don't know where you're going with that. From what I've observed in terms of violent crime, the right overwhelmingly is the perpetrators of violent crime.
I basically say that both sides commit violent crime to different degrees.
No, when you're talking about violent crime, it's usually harm against people, not property.
So we're not talking about, I mean, okay, so violent crime in terms of just, you know, assault, then.
Violent crime in terms of, I mean, I would have to like look at the specific statistics. I mean, if you want, we can. I don't mind looking at it. Do you want to do that?
I mean, sure, go for it. Because I know a few instances of, right-wing extremism. You got the supremists. You got the left wing going crazy with the anarchists as well. 1960s to 1980s, I'll give you an example of left-wing violence. Groups like Weather Underground, Black Liberation Army, and Earth Liberation Front carried out bombings and arson, violence and protests, some incidents during 2020 unrest where individuals attacked police or destroyed property. We agreed on the property, but that's more or less the individuals attacking police. These typical classified as riot-related crimes, not organized terrorism. So overall impact, far fewer deaths than right-wing extremists, though. Those are the numbers.
I have to pull up the prosecution project and where they got their information. I mean, if you want, we can do that. Hang tight.
Outside of that, how's your day been so far?
Good.
That's good. Did Cooley get in contact with you?
Did who?
A person that wanted to do podcasts with you. Did he end up sending you a message?
I'm going to be going on at 11 p.m. tonight.
How are you debating him?
I don't know who Cooley is.
From the No Fugazi podcast.
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
But I'm going on tonight.
Oh, nice. Who are you debating?
There's a couple of people. It's secular. I believe it's secular humanism versus Christianity. And I'm looking at like a guy who has like a shirt that says, "Ask me about the Nephilim."
Okay. MDB?
No. Separate.
Raging Tomato?
But I get to go up with Fight the Flat Earth. Yay.
Copy. I will. Let me just check one thing. Which platform is it? Because I'm down to be on it. I mean, I'm down to watch it, obviously. Yeah. Let me see videos.
I'm trying to find.
That's not it.
Trying to see where the prosecution got the project. Got it. I'm looking.
Copy.
I'm looking.
I pulled up some stats from like how the left has been getting active from 1960 to today. So yeah.
Okay, so ask your question again, because I now have the table.
Okay. So so the question basically is do you think that when we talk about is the left violent, do you think it's more or less about politics or more or less an individual person's choice?
So it looks like that they're looking at criminal convictions.
Okay.
And it even has like a ton of it has like their association as well as what their criminal method was and their length of prison sentence and their ideological affiliation.
So how many of those on the list are, let's say, I don't know, Democrat as opposed to, Republican, liberal, conservative, all that? Give me a breakdown.
Yeah. So based on that, they find that a majority is right-wingers cause the violence.
Well, okay. In that list, I agree with you. Then if that's the case, then that's perfectly fine. But I will go through a few things in terms of violence from the 1960s to today, from the left. Just go through this. Weather Underground, like I said, we can go through all these a little bit in depth, so I will, fucking history lessons, I guess. Weather Underground, origin, radical offshoot of Students for Democratic Society, actions bombed government buildings like the U.S. Capitol, 1971, the Pentagon, 1972, and police stations. Fatalities, 3 people accidentally killed in 1970. Ideology, Marxist, Leninist, anti-Vietnam War, anti-imperialist. 2, Black Liberation Army, 1970, 1981, split from the Black
This is
Panther
looking
Party.
from 1990 onward.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just go through these real quick because these are these are actually like problems. Like, I'll go through this and then we'll go skip down to the 1990s. Black Liberation Army split from the Black Panther Party. Action, armed robberies, attacks on police officers, fatalities, responsible for killing several police officers. Ideology, Black Revolutionary, Socialism, anti-police state. We have United Front Act, May 19th, Communist Organization. We're going to skip down to 1990s to 2000s. Radical environmental and animal rights movements. Earth Liberation Front, ELF, and Animal Liberation Front, ALF. Active 1990s
What's your point? What's your point?
Hold on. Let's go through the actions of these things, right? Arson against logging companies, ski resorts, and research labs. The main point of the FBI also labeled them as eco-terrorists. The main point is the fact that both sides, left and right, are violent. It's just violent in different ways. And the individuals...
I'm talking about the level of violence and conviction. People who have been convicted, overwhelmingly, it's on the right.
I don't know, because I mean, even if so, it is overwhelmingly on the right. Do you disagree with the statement that the left is violent? Because I can keep listing you things from arson, vandalism.
No, I don't believe that the left is violent. No, I mean, I could see that there are some people on the left that are violent. I would agree with you, but I guess the question being is like, okay, well, who's more violent, the right or the left? Empirically, it's the right.
Okay, that's fine, but you can't. We're not excusing the left's actions of being violent as well, and saying that's like me basically saying, okay.
Yeah, no, you could see the black on this chart. It does show that there are left-wing radical violence. Sure.
Yeah, so that's mainly it. Like I don't want it to be like you can make a assertion and a deductive statement saying, listen, the right commit more violence than the left does. That's cool. But when the question becomes, is the left violent? It's still a yes.
No, it's overwhelmingly no.
It is a yes, though, because of the actions that people. I mean, okay, so then
Is
what's
the right
difference
violent?
between people? Hold on. What's the difference between people
Is
on
the
the
right
left
violent?
committing these actions and people on the right committing these
I'm
actions?
just asking, is it so if you think the left is violent based on the tiny numbers that you're seeing, is the right violent?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Those
okay,
people are
let me just say
violent.
this, right? I think that most Republicans are not violent. And I also think that most Democrats are not violent. People in general are not that violent. There's really not that many cases of people being violent in the United States, given that there's, 300 million, 400 million people in the United States. And we're looking at the total number of cases, 100, 200, 300, 400. It doesn't even exceed 400 in a single year. That is a very small number, comparatively speaking, regarding overall violence.
Sure. Let me do one quick search. Hold on. Let's see.
I'm going to keep playing my game when you do that.
Oh yeah, if you for your game, I was going to say pull up console commands if you're on you're on your setup. So just pull up console commands if it starts.
I'm good. I managed to fix it.
Okay, because if you're falling indiscriminately,
I was surprised.
I
was surprised. I've never seen that happen before, so that was new for me.
Yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, at first I'm thinking to myself exactly what you thought. Take a grenade, pull it, blow yourself up. That didn't work. All right, cool. Console commands, type it into off yourself. That's it.
No, I just loaded from an older spot, and it loaded properly when I walked to it, so that fixed the problem.
But it just could be honestly rendering rates. That's really it or something. But anyways, so I went through recent estimates because I was just curious to see. So I basically asked, how many deaths are caused by political violence every year. These are the recent estimates. In 2024, Uppsala Conflict Data Program, USDP, estimates that nearly 160,000 people died from organized violence. Same report shows that in 2024, there were 61 active conflicts involving at least one state, with 11 of them meeting the threshold of war, 1,000 plus battle-related deaths in that year. Another source, ACLED, Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, estimates that in 2024, there were over 233,000 conflict event-related fatalities from political violence events. So organized violence typically includes state versus non-state rebel groups conflicts, and sometimes violence by militia. Civilian deaths are often a large fraction, but identity, civilian versus combatant, is not always clear. Estimates depend heavily on data quality and reporting and what type of violence are included, terrorism, assassinations, etc. So that's just in terms of like political deaths. So if we have like 233 and 160, we'll do an average of, 190. I feel like 190,000 people dying for political violence every single year in the U.S. is a problem.
You have 190,000 people dying from political violence in the United States?
Yeah, that's me being generous.
No, pull this up. Pull that up. Where are you getting that number? That number is way too high.
Let's knock it in. Let's go back to it.
190,000? That is a crazy high number. That'd be like everybody's cousin is hurt from some political violence.
Yeah, right here. In 2024, Uppsala Conflict Data Program, USDP, estimates that nearly 160,000 people died from organized violence.
Hold on. Are you able to link it to me on Discord and I can share it?
Oh, you give me 1 second. Can accept all cookies. Give me a second.
No, sorry, just this game.
No, you're good. Increase against violence. Decade of conflict. Okay, here you go. Okay, I'm gonna have to like mail myself this and then do this through the phone because I don't have Discord on my laptop. So just bear with me here. This is why I got like 2 phones, so it makes it easier. Thank you. But this data, this data also does talk about the deaths in Ukraine as well. Don't know why, but it does. Regardless, I guess it's linked to political violence, but it is what it is.
We're talking about the United States.
Well, yeah, no, it mentions the U.S., but it also mentions Ukraine.
We don't need it. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about Ukraine, then yeah, I believe that 190,000 number.
No, but
what?
No, I'm not. No, 76,000 are only in Ukraine.
Okay, but again, all right, you're gonna have to show me this stat.
Yeah. Just give me a second. That's what I'm saying. Give me a second. Give me 1 second.
I want in there. Let me in there. I don't have a card. Let me in. I want that RPG. Give me that RPG. You see that RPG? I want that RPG. It needs a card. Where do I get a card?
Okay, I might have accidentally forgotten to type in the United States of America. I may have just picked up an estimate across the world.
God damn it, Chaos! I told you that number was too freaking high.
So listen, there were 214 incidents of political violence
All
in the
right,
U.S. in 2023.
That's much more. Yeah.
With 64 fatalities.
Jesus Christ.
In narrow definitions of politically motivated terrorist attacks since 2020, there have been 79 people murdered in the U.S. by terrorists.
Pretty non-existent for the most part.
From 1975 to 2025, about 3.6K people were murdered in politically motivated terrorist attacks.
Listen, I mean, at the end of the day, right, like we could say, for example, like one person who died because of their political speech was Charlie Kirk. And but let's face it, Charlie Kirk, he said himself that, it's a worthy cost. He himself said that, in order to keep the right to own guns. What do you think about that?
We blaming guns on Charlie Kirk's death now?
No, he said that that people who die as a result of guns is worth it to have guns.
Okay, so, oh my God.
Charlie Kirk wanted it.
Listen, he didn't want to die. Let's get that right.
But, I'm saying he died,
Yeah, I can get it.
Doing the thing that, it's worth it to him.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Like, look, at the end of the day, I'm going to say this. I feel like both sides need to I feel like both sides need to, like, turn down the temperature in the country.
I agree.
I
agree. It's getting worse.
It's getting worse. Not a single person in charge is going to do it. The fucking companies are laughing at us, and it's going to turn really bad eventually if we're just going to keep letting this happen, because oh man, that's gonna be bad, bro. Like I feel like we're getting to a point where, like, I don't know, people are just not gonna even want to just go outside or like speak anymore because, oh well, shit, we got you, we can kill you, boom, now you're dead. Like, oh great, now who's gonna take care of my family? So I don't know, like there honestly is no proper leadership in the United States right now. I'm gonna be a man with you. There is no proper leadership from any side.
What, you don't like RFK?
He's still alive? Let's go. Let's go.
You don't like RFK?
Listen, RFK doing his thing. He's shambling. But, Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
RFK is the one.
We listened to RFK for his health advice.
I don't, bro. I listened to RFK's for his health advice about as much as I'd watch Joe Biden on The View. Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
He's saying, well, I mean, all right, hear me out, right? Here's what we can do, right? We're gonna follow his advice. For starters, in the morning, I like to get my protein by taking the eggs from a critically endangered falcon. And for my cardio, I run from the mother.
From the cardio, I run from the mother. All right, hold on. Okay, so he's 71. He's 71. That's not bad. Now, Jesus Christ, though, I actually pictured him saying that on like Jimmy Fallon or some shit. I don't know why. Actually brought me to tears. Holy fuck. So
He's
in
a
your
moron.
opinion, who do you
He's
think?
awful.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. In your opinion, who do you think out of everybody in every single party, could be left, could be right, did not matter, who do you think has the best shot of actually somewhat uniting the country?
A shot of uniting the country?
Yeah, because at this point, we've been more divided than we have ever been.
I don't know.
We are not the United States of America
I don't have an
anymore,
answer
but
for
we're
you.
just the States.
I don't have an answer for you. I wish I did.
Damn. I don't know. We'll keep trucking. We'll see. See who appears.
Absolutely. Where am I going in this game? Where the fuck?
You definitely should run for president, Amender.
You think I should run for president?
Oh, 100%.
Dude, they would come at me and they would say, "You're a furry," and that's it. Campaign over.
No, you only need like 3 things actually to run for president.
No, they would just be like, "Campaign over, bro.
Well, yeah.
You're a furry. LOL."
I mean,
That's it, dude. Would you want a furry to run the U.S. government? I certainly wouldn't, and just have a bunch of like furries sitting at like, I don't know, the IRS desks or something.
Facts. Oh my god, that'd be fucking hilarious, bro. Yeah, no, I can see that because they'll pull up your entire past and they'll do everything to discredit you. Would you want a furry as president? I wouldn't.
Look at the things he said before. Glug, glug, glug.
Do you trust your children with a furry? Then why you want one?
Dude, that's absolutely what they would do. And then people would be like, I wouldn't trust him.
I don't trust furry. That's base. Chad right wing. Yeah. Wait, all right, dog. All right.
Telling you, man.
Oh, man.
That's how it would go down. I could see it.
Yeah. I'm gonna run for president just for the fuck of it. Curious to see what happens. Besides, I want to lock in with a few of those major companies that own the United States. Got some business proposals for them. We're gonna get this done. We are gonna start some coups in Africa. We're gonna get it done. Anyways, always a pleasure talking to you, Amender.
Absolutely, Chaos. You have a great day.
You too, brother.
I'm going to go see my brother today. It's going to be fun. Let's see. They'd accuse Amender putting litter boxes in the schools. What would happen if a furry became president? He would start putting litter boxes in the schools. Yeah, I just think we should have free healthcare. He's actually a socialist. Would you want a socialist to run the government? Yeah, I just think housing should be a human right. He's gonna take away your house. You're on the line with First Amender.
Greetings first.
Hi, AWOL.
How you doing?
Good.
Cool beans. Am I coming through clear? I'm on my front porch.
You are coming through perfectly clear. How you doing? What do you want to talk about?
I'm pretty good. I figured I'd just shotgun a couple of subjects around. It's been a kind of weird stream.
It is a weird stream.
Yeah. So first I'd like to start with, earlier there was a comment where a guy said that he couldn't imagine someone still being on the left in 2025.
Yes.
And your rebuttal was, you couldn't imagine someone being on the right not knowing they're a fascist. Who is escalating things more in that conversation?
I am.
Okay. I just wanted you to admit that and see that, just so you know. Also, there's a guy in the comments who's asking about your waterfall behind you in your picture.
Yes, it's King of Fighters. It's a game called King of Fighters. You can actually Google GIFs for... You know what? I'll just share them. I'll show you. They look amazing. Hold on. Let me see here.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find it. It was like on ImageUR, I think. Let me see if I can find it. Aha. All right, I'll share them so you can see the different... where's Chrome? Chrome. Where you at, Chrome? Oh my goodness, where is it? Where's my Chrome? I'm looking, dude. Ah, there it is. Okay. All right. So we'll go over them so you can see them for yourself. They're kind of cool. So here's some different wallpapers from different fighting games. And I just picked the waterfall because I thought it looked the coolest. There's this one right here. Kind of neat. Some of them are animated. Some of them are not. I obviously wanted to pick one that was animated. Look how cool that one is. I love that.
Amender.
Yeah, what's
is that fighting girl? That's sexist. Shame on you.
What? What are you talking
You
about?
advocate for women. You advocate for women brawling.
What?
I'm bored. I'm just playing with you, man. I'm bored. So look, can we go back to the actual talking? All right.
Yeah, sure.
The left and right and who commits more violence argument. I'm curious about something. Let's say that I was being generous and I said that the right commits 75% of the violence. And you agreed to that. Would that be cool?
The right commits 75% of the violence? Yeah, that's about right.
Yes. Okay, so let's say that is the actual stat. Does it really matter if we need to squash the violence completely? Because if you try to downplay the 25% of the violence, it's like you're not acknowledging that there's also violent people on your side.
No, I acknowledge that there are violent people on the left, sure.
Okay, so shouldn't we be working more towards a solution than pointing fingers at who's more violent?
Yes, you can start by talking to your boy Donald Trump, who is saying that the radical left is doing the violence.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I think that if I want to be really rational about it, I would have a better chance of talking to someone like you who has a few subscribers and getting you to understand that when you call people fascists, you might be fanning those same flames, right?
Okay, listen, the guy was being rude, and I was like, I'm going to be rude back.
No,
but yes, I was being flagrant.
I'm not calling you out on your character here first. I swear, this isn't about your character. What I'm talking about is that you say something like, well, I should say something to Donald Trump. Well, I can't get in touch with Donald Trump, but what I can do is talk to my fellow Americans within a certain sphere.
Yeah.
So if I can change you from saying fascist all the time, maybe I'm helping that way.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. All right, so I had another one for you. I'm going to actually join your Discord on Thursday because I really want to debate Daniel.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's been talking a lot of like trash on the low, and I'm just
he
to
does.
pick some of his
He's a
perception.
trash talker. That dude.
Yeah,
that dude is. He does
yeah, so I'm
not
gonna have
give
to
a
talk
crap.
to him about that.
The guy is in his 40s, and he's like a chemist. He's got like a full family and everything. He could not. He gives two licks of a crap about people that what they think about him on online. I'm a little bit more sensitive than that, though.
I get that, but I just got to set him straight on a couple of things.
Okay.
Hold on one moment first. Have fun. Be safe. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. What else point of contention? Oh, this debate you're doing for the anti-religion thing you're doing. When is this debate?
It's not an it's tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, it's anti-religion. You know it is.
No, dude. Okay, listen. It's not. It's secular humanism. Secular humanism does not prevent you from worshiping whatever doodad you want to worship. It just simply says, hey, you should not be making governments uphold whatever religion it is that you find favorable. Right? And it
what do you
says
mean by,
we
sorry,
don't
back
use
up for a
religion
second.
to infer our morality, our ethics. We use human reason instead.
Okay. Can we back up for a second? What did you mean by doodad?
Doodad. Like, I don't know. I could probably imagine there's probably a Buddhist that looks at a Buddha statue or whatever. And then there's like another person who has like a cross. And then there's like another person who, do you see my point?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out whether you were kind of sneak dissing religion by saying it that way.
No, I'm just saying it's like a whatever doodad that you want to worship with, and I don't care. Do it.
Cool beans. Well, first, me and you, we've never really debated about religion because I know that is actually a more sensitive topic for myself. But since you're going to be doing this tonight anyway, can I pepper you a couple of questions, maybe strengthen your game before you get to it?
Sure.
Okay. So if I use the Bible as my moral framework, I've heard a lot of these arguments where someone will say, well, you need a book to tell you what morals is. But by going by this book and people who go by it, we all have a certain way we think about certain things. With secularism, what's it called again?
Secular humanism.
All right. Where do you get your moral framework from?
Human reason.
Logic.
Yep.
Well, okay. Now, I'm not trying to be funny here, but can't logic be completely brutal?
Yeah.
Isn't logic one of the things that stands the most against most of your ideals?
Logic doesn't stand against my ideals.
You don't think so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. We can get back to that. But, okay, so you're saying that everything is based morally on logic. By logic, how do you determine who lives and dies by your court system?
Well, that's a legal question, not a moral one. If you're asking what I would say, where people should live and die, I believe that my predicate to what ought be should be the people being able to live their life out with as much satisfaction as possible. And the more possibilities of satisfaction, the better. And so I strive to push for that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm slightly confused. I was talking about the death penalty.
Yeah,
Right.
I would not want the death penalty unless under very, very specific scenarios. Whereas if the person were to exist, as in like be in prison and exist, it would actually result in worse outcomes. For example, if that person is killing people in prison over and over, and they're very dangerous. I would not be against the death penalty in that situation, because they are basically revoking social contract and making life worse for everybody.
Okay. Now, someone else who has the same logic as you, the same ideology as you, can come to the logical conclusion that they shouldn't kill that person.
Mm-hmm.
They might even consider sending that person, I don't know, overseas to attack an enemy.
I'm open
Does
to
that follow someone's logic?
I'd be open to the idea.
Okay.
I would have to listen to where they're coming at with it.
Okay, fair enough. So if I go by what my moral structure is, and it says that it's just, wrong to use that person as a weapon, whose society is better? I hope that I'm wording that the right way.
Can you repeat that? I didn't understand that.
I'm sorry. Let's just wipe the board of that. I'm not even presenting that the right way.
Okay.
I'm curious as to if you're only basing everything that your society is going to be based on is on just logical premise. Don't you think that's going to lead to some atrocities?
No. Because I look at things, once again, I look at things in terms of outcome into greater satisfaction. So if I'm observing like, hey, we're killing X group of people, that wouldn't result in better outcomes. That would be worse outcomes.
Okay, fair enough. Like I said, I'm just bouncing ideas off you. I'm just curious about this. So what does the family unit look like under secular humanism? Wait, it keeps getting this wrong. Secular humanism?
It would look how it looks right now.
So what's your opposition then to the religious aspect?
It's enforcing your religion down people's throat, or treating them as worse because they don't fulfill some criteria that you think is important. For example, if it's an LGBT family or whatever, if you have like two gay dads or two lesbians, simply them being lesbians or gay dads or even trans people taking care of children is not that should not be the reason why you should be concerned.
Okay.
Right. You can have valid
Just out of
families.
Curiosity. Well, first, now you also have to admit though, I could have that very same point of view and not be a religious person, correct?
Have that very.
I'm saying that someone doesn't need religion to steer them to something that they think is wrong or something they think is harmful, correct?
I mean, I suppose somebody could, but this is like almost all the time it's religious. It's a religious argument why people say that.
Okay. I need you to work with me for a second, though. Take religion out of the picture for a moment. Just for a moment. You can see that someone could look at a gay couple or trans couple or whatever and decide that for some reason they don't agree with that lifestyle or they don't agree with some point of view there. That has nothing to do with religion.
Sure, I guess.
Okay, so if you can see someone like that existing, wouldn't that same person exist under the, God, I keep messing this title up, secular mind state? Wouldn't that same person exist under that too?
Sure.
So again, tell me what the benefit is.
Well, because there would be less people that are like that. Religious thinking often leads people to anti-LGBTQ stances. It's very common.
Okay, fair enough first. Let's move on just a little bit. Wait, I'm sorry. How much time do we have left?
You got 15 minutes.
Oh, cool beans. It's a nice leisure pace today. Okay. Do you think that there would be more contributions to the poor under religion or less?
Currently, there's more with religion. But just
Okay.
FYI, I don't want to get rid of religion.
I'm not saying that you are, but I assume during your debate, people are going to be comparing the two things against each other in lifestyles, right?
Yes. Well, they're going to be talking hopefully they're going to be talking about staying on topic of the morality of secular humanism versus Christianity. But I have a feeling they're not going to stay on topic. The guy, one of the guys that I'm going up against, literally has a photo of themselves with a shirt on that says, "Ask me about the Nephilim." So I don't have a whole lot of faith that this is going to be a good conversation. Do you know what the Nephilim are? Do you know what that is?
Oh, yes, I do.
This dude believes
dude
believes giants are real, bro.
Well, okay. Well, here's my conspiracy thing. I do believe that giants were on this planet one time.
Bruh. No.
But again, well, here's the thing. First,
no.
Since you don't believe in religion, wait. Let me just talk for 1 second. Since you don't believe in religion, I realize that it also means that you don't believe in conspiracy theories. You take what history has been given to you as what it is, right?
Repeat that.
You're a factual guy. Am I wrong?
Repeat that.
Okay, well, I was saying to you that since you don't believe in religion, and you generally believe in everything that you read historically, so I don't think I think you're incapable of bending your mind to things that aren't in a book that you could read anyway.
Okay. Well, so here's the thing, okay? In order to be a larger creature, you need to have the stuff.
Are we talking about bone mass and density? Are we talking about the fact that once you get to a certain height that your own bones will crack underneath you?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain that there's mechanisms that would need to exhibit itself in order for, say, a giant to exist. So one of the things that would need to happen is a larger heart, right? Just because someone is 7 foot tall or 8 foot tall doesn't mean they have a larger heart compared to somebody who's 5 foot tall. They may actually have the very same heart. This is why people who are taller often have heart conditions and they die at an early age, because they just don't have the mechanisms required in order to survive for that long. So there's, as an organism grows, there is a thing called the square cube law, where your volume and weight increases faster than bone cross section. Anything past...
I know. Wait. Stop. Hold on for a second. I literally said all that with far fewer sentences, sir. I just said all of that.
Okay. Well, so by that basis, like looking at the fossil record of Homo heidelbergensis, Neanderthals, Homo erectus, us, Homo sapiens sapiens, none of these have that. We have no known indicated lineage of giant creatures like us. Nowhere.
I got you, Fur. It's kind of like, this may seem a little bit condescending, because you're the one who actually is speaking for what you believe is factual. But I believe in more wonders in the world than you do. And since I do believe in religion, I believe that our world has changed, and I believe that the knowledge that we are given by the government and what's written in our books is altered and changed all the time. That's my biggest conspiracy theory.
So you're saying you believe that giants exist and that there's information regarding giants, but the government hid it.
In the books of the Bible. Oh, well, do you believe that things are hidden in the Vatican?
Sure.
Do you believe that the CIA has many, many files?
Kind of hard to hide a giant, though.
Why would it be?
So, believe it or not, the stories of giants, would you like to know where it came from?
Yeah,
or where it is most likely to have come from? The current hypothesis is that giants themselves they did never exist. However, people would cross into Siberian cross sections and observe giant skulls.
Come across a much taller person.
Huge. No. Skulls. Specifically, they would look at mammoth skulls. Give me a moment and I'll show you what a mammoth skull looks like.
Wait, stop. Before you go any further, well, you can, while you're looking that up. So what you're saying is that these people came across a mammoth skull and they assumed that that was a human skull?
So here, I'm going to show you.
No, is that what you're saying, though?
No. So
okay.
They go to these strange lands that they've never been to and observe this huge skull that has this gaping hole in the middle. And what they assumed, the gaping hole in the middle, that was an eyeball. That's what they thought it was. They're like, look, check that out. They had it's the idea of a giant cyclops. And so people would often avoid these types of areas thinking that there would be, giants there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just would avoid, not only that the weather was terrible. So people just often avoided Siberia, but stories became a thing because they didn't know what was there. The reality is that they had looked at creatures that were largely already extinct, specifically mammoths.
Okay, fair enough. That's an interesting proposal. Let me ask you a question first. Do you think that because people were in ancient times, there weren't intelligent people there then too?
I'm sure they were, but they would be more ignorant. They wouldn't know as much as we know now.
I get that, but let's talk about the pyramids. You know about the construction and all that, right?
Yes.
All right, and mathematically, when they compare it to things today, they still can't answer a bunch of questions.
That's not true.
Really?
Correct.
Oh, please enlighten me, sir.
Yeah, that was normally the
History
Channel pushed this nonsense onto people, but neglected to actually talk to real Egyptologists that are able to confirm their findings onto how how they were built.
Really? Are they the popular majority? Are they the popular majority?
It doesn't matter if you're the popular majority. It's the consensus.
Wait. You use the popular majority whenever you bring up most of the things in the debate.
It's called the scientific. It's called the scientific consensus.
Yes, they're not the majority, are they?
It's the scientific consensus. I get that you can have a popular TV show where you believe in a whole lot of nonsense, but it is the scientific consensus. I mean, if you want, I can go over it.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, maybe I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Let me make sure that I'm getting you clear. I probably misunderstood you. You're saying that the scientific community, for the most part, agrees on how the pyramids were built at the time.
So they believed that they had a bunch of skilled laborers, farmers, and craftsmen that were working in rotation. And they came during the Nile flood season, and they were often paid in food, beer, shelter, and they lived in nearby worker villages, which had been excavated. They estimated somewhere around 20 to 30,000 workers, not the older exaggerated figures of 100,000 plus. They had used the limestone and granite, the limestone for casing, the granite for chambers, and they were quarried locally from the Aswan for granite. And the blocks were transported using sleds dragged over wet sand, which reduced the friction, confirmed in modern physics experiments, as well as ancient wall art showing this. There were copper tools that were used for shaping the softer stone. Harder stones may have been pounded and smoothed with dolerite hammerstones.
Can I stop you for a moment? What about the I'm sorry, I want to make sure I say this correctly. The angles of the building itself. What is the word I'm looking for?
Ramps?
No, it's the mathematical equations related to the weight of the pyramid itself. I cannot, oh my God, I'm blanking on it right now. The basic gist is that the mathematics used then were on par with what we're using now. Do you disagree?
I don't know what math you're referring to. Are you talking about the Fibonacci sequence or?
Oh, you're talking out of my league now. I have no idea what that is. What I'm saying is that with the equipment and the tools that they had, math-wise, how educated were they? How intelligent?
Well, so hold on. So I think I know what you're talking. Are you talking about pi?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah. So they were able to look at the base side of 230.4 meters with a height of 146.6 meters. And so if you take the perimeter of the base over 2 times the height, you get 3.141. Numerically, that's true, though Egyptologists don't think that that was intentional. Ancient Egyptians didn't have the pi as a concept like we do. They used ratios like 22 over 7 or simple geometry. So it could just be a coincidental result of the proportions. Again, like you could do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Coincidental? What? Come on, stop. See, here's the problem with books and wonder. You think it's more of a coincidence that they arrived at that number or that they actually had that precision at the time?
Yeah, again, they used ratios like 22 over 7, so they would be able to arrive at these types of numbers just in a different way. But they did the concept of pi wasn't a thing.
Okay, cool beans first. How much time do we got left?
4 minutes.
4 minutes? All right, well, I'll give the floor to you. Is there something that I said recently you want to debate me about?
Well, I hope that you change your opinion about, like, first of all, stop watching the History Channel, ancient alien garbage. It's terrible for your brain.
See, first, it's not just, well, here's
do you
the
watch
problem.
it? No,
I'm
just be honest. Do you watch
era.
it? Do you watch it? Come on.
No, I don't.
Bullshit!
Really
You're gonna tell me you don't watch?
Because, they were doing shit on. They were doing shows on mermaids and shows on Bigfoot searches and things like that.
Yeah, it's stupid. Wouldn't you agree?
But first,
it's stupid, right? It's dumb.
But first, wait. Stop for a moment.
No, I'm asking you, is it dumb?
I've read these things before the internet was around.
Yeah, it's
Of
silly.
course, I thought about a lot of these things.
Like, look at listen. Let me just start you off by saying this: the Egyptologists and what they do on a daily basis, and going like in and discovering new things and tools and seeing, like, uncovering paintings and finding out that it actually wasn't slaves that created the pyramids. These are really cool, incredible things. Why would we want
that is incredible.
Why would we want to sully or kind of like degrade the quality of these amazing findings with just nonsense? Just total, like, what if the pyramids are a battery?
Wait, stop.
What if the pyramids is a battery and
wait, stop for a moment. Stop for a minute. You're ranting. Now you said I only got like 4 minutes left, so since you have the whole show, you should let me end it off, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just being fair, man. Stop pouting. Anyway, First Amender. Do you believe that when you're debating someone who does believe in God and they do believe in a certain religion, that you have an advantage because they have some type of delusion?
That I have an advantage because they have a delusion?
Yes, I mean, let's be honest. You think that if someone believes in religion,
I wouldn't
be a little bit out there
it in that way. Right? I've heard of people who have used their religion
trying to be politically correct and whatnot. But be honest.
I'm being honest with you. I wouldn't frame it in that way. I think it's rude to frame it in that way. I don't necessarily think that. I could imagine that there's a religious person that's a lot smarter than I am. So.
You think it's rude, so you're being politically correct, like I said, man.
Well,
but no, seriously, I'm just saying that
man.
if you really believe, and I respect that. But if you really do believe that somebody believes in something that's impossible, there has to be some part of you that's not going to take all their words into account because of that discrepancy, right?
Well, I'm able to find certain hot button points, which are really hard for religious people to wrestle with.
That's true. I can actually get that, but also
I'm very good.
A lot of people do depend on faith. A lot of people depend on their faith for some things too. All right. Well, first, I've enjoyed the conversation, man.
Yes.
I hope the rest of your stream goes good.
Good talk. Have a good day.
All right. Take care.
That was awolthoughts, everybody. I think I got time for one more call. We just have... We got to be able to just get one more call, and then I'm going to go hang out with my brother. And then, of course, there's going to be an 11 p.m. debate. 11 p.m. Oh, my God. Ooh, I'm going to drink like a Red Bull because there's no way I'm going to be able to handle that. Chaos says, ask Amender the main question they'd ask them. What moral ground does he have to advocate for good? Human reason. If he doesn't have a rooted baseline outside of your own perception versus someone else's perception. Sure, it's subjective, but I come to conclusions on the basis of outcomes and on the basis of what leads people to a more satisfied life. Electra says we can readily compare this on how Druidicism... Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do the intro right now. Are you ready? We're going to do the intro. I'll do the intro. Where's PowerPoint? All right, here we go. PowerPoint. Where's my PowerPoint? Okay. All right, hold on. Let me get my notes. Okay. Discussing Christianity and secular humanism can be difficult since both sides come from deeply held worldviews. But by comparing their values and outcomes, we can meaningfully ask which produces a better society. First, we must define what we mean by better. For me, it's about life satisfaction, the ability for people to pursue what they find meaningful. This differs from mere pleasure. A society built on pleasure, say, where everyone is sedated and fed by machines, would be miserable despite the constant comfort. True fulfillment comes from meaning and satisfaction, not endless pleasure. Consider family. I may not enjoy every moment, but being involved gives my life structure and satisfaction. On a societal scale, most people desire the same satisfaction in their work, families, art, communities. The best system, then, is one that maximizes overall human satisfaction. When we compare Christianity and secular humanism under that standard, we can evaluate their outcomes. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, Ephesians 5:22. I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man, 1 Timothy 2:12. Many Christian denominations still believe that women should submit to men, but half of society cannot be fully satisfied under a framework that limits their independence. You shall not lie with a man as with a woman. It is an abomination. Leviticus 18:22. This single verse has caused immense pain. Entire communities of LGBTQIA+ people have been marginalized and subjected to harmful conversion therapy. The outcomes of acceptance and equality are clearly better than those of condemnation and exclusion. Slaves, obey your earthly masters, Ephesians 6:5. You may buy male and female slaves from the nations around you, Leviticus 25:44. These verses are once used to justify slavery for centuries. While few Christians defend them now, history cannot be erased. Even during the Black Death, many Christians believed that it was divine punishment for sin, choosing penance and self-flagellation over sanitation and quarantine, helping spread the plague further. Throughout history, this pattern repeats. Religious dogma often resists progress until reason forces change. Secular humanism, by contrast, relies on reason, ethics, and scientific inquiry to guide decisions, not dogma. It rejects the supernatural but allows for belief, so long as it doesn't dictate the lives of others. In a secular humanist world, Christians can still be Christians, but faith cannot be used to control law or restrict others' freedom. We must use evidence, empathy, and rational inquiry to decide what leads to the best outcomes for all. That's why secular humanism outpaces Christianity, not because it forbids faith, but because it grounds morality in what truly improves human life, leading to a better overall satisfaction, no matter what denomination of religion you uphold. Thank you. That's my intro. What'd you think? Did you like my intro? Was it a good intro? Did you like it? Did you like my drawings? Did you like your drawings? Did you like my drawings? I drew them myself. And I did it in like 2 hours.
Almost there.
I am taking one more call. Call in 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you have to say. Chaos says, that's a good intro. Not going to lie. I actually vibed with that a ton. Let's see. It's a Rubik says, I sent you Craig's general argument so you can know where he is coming from. All right, let me look. Let's look here. Rubik says, oh, I should probably not share DMs. I just realized. That's a DM. That's for my eyes, not for the entire audience, not for everybody. Those are for this for me. I like that. That's actually a good argument. It's very combative, though. I'll grant you that. I don't know. Like, listen, I think, like, listen, a Christian can, in fact, exist under a secular humanist worldview. That is possible. I need to drop this. I want this gun, but I got to drop it. I have to. I don't want to come at it from like a combative angle. I want to like actually just address the problems of using Christianity as your moral worldview. I think it leads to worse outcomes. I really believe that. I think it leads to a less satisfied life for X group of people. I would be far less satisfied as a person if I wasn't able to live my life as I see fit because I don't know, some religion is forcing me not to be who I am. That's terrible. I hate that. And I don't know, like making a society that caters around that is terrible. We should never have that. Holy crap. Poke your head out. Shit. That guy's got a sniper. He's got to go. He did, GM. Electro says, do it again, nerd friends. I was asking for things. LOL, JK. By the way, if you guys are not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really small YouTuber, so any amount really counts. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Though it doesn't look like we're getting any calls. I think I gotta just go hang out with my brother. I think that's what I gotta go do. I gotta go hang out with my brother. All right. Plus, I wouldn't mind some lunch. Let's see here. The thing's broken. Let me look at the sniper. Ah, that's a great gun. Great gun. Kind of want it, but I can't use it. Can I unload the... Does it have, like, things on it? No, it doesn't. You would want, by the way, your morals to be subjective. Trust me. It would be terrifying under an objective standard. If it was like permanently objective, that would basically result in like no wiggle room at all under any circumstance. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's good, Amender? I just wanted to do this real quickly with you since you're about to wrap up, because I was interesting because I disagreed completely with you with what you said previously. I feel like if you have a Christian, ethic, and let's say you're a Christian, you both have subjective opinion and the Christian ethic to play with when you start making your own worldview. So you have more information overall.
Here's the thing. They believe that their ethics are grounded by the most objective thing ever, which is God. And so they see the LGBT stance and then they go... Okay, so there's no wiggle room. Being gay is a sin, and don't be gay.
Yeah, no, because here's the thing: if they drop down into a Christian ethno state, then it's going to be enforced that these are sins. These are now illegal by law. Which is, again, how do you regulate gay people? Is always the question. Like you can't regulate.
Well, you can put them in jail. Which is terrible.
Yeah, well, okay, so here's what ends up happening if you go down this line of thinking. The police see two dudes walk into a house. They wait until nighttime, break down the door, break down into a room. Then they realize the dude is sleeping with his wife and his brother is sleeping in the other room. So now they have a lawsuit. So imagine how many lawsuits every single state is going to get if police accidentally break into the wrong people's houses, assuming that they're gay. So that's just going to go crazy. So
or the fact that they can't convene or be in clubs or. Yeah, that's also like insanely wild. I mean, like at that point, people are just going to have to pretend to be straight. Like, that's effed up. It should never be that way.
100%. And listen, I disagree with the stance of like having a Christian ethno state. I do believe subjective opinion has merit. I do believe secular humanism does have merit, but I also believe in God, subjective moral law, and I'm not going to we had this conversation before. Like I got one of my best friends is bi, right?
Listen, if you want to be a Christian, go be a Christian, right? But if somebody is gay, leave them alone. And that's a very secular humanist worldview as opposed to a Christian one. A Christian is very, very much in the boat of don't be gay.
And don't get it twisted. People will say, listen, people are going to call me a lukewarm Christian for having this type of stance.
Exactly. They will, and it's terrible. This is why I think secular humanism leads to better outcomes. It is unironically better. It creates a better, more just society. And by the way, it doesn't stop you from being a Christian. Go be a Christian. Go live out your life. Like secular humanism isn't like, oh, you can't be a Christian. However, a Christian will easily tell you, don't be gay.
And at the same time, and here's the thing, it is so weird because Christians don't know how to communicate to non-believers. Like, I'm going to keep it a band with you. They don't know how to talk to non-believers. And it's so wild coming into the faith when I just speak to, like, my homie, I had this conversation with a Christian, and this will show you the difference of how you and me as a person, as opposed to a Christian that's been fully raised in the church, thinks. This person has an issue with a friend, right? Secular friend comes to him and says, yo, listen, my girl broke up with me. They've been dating for 3 years. My girl broke up with me. I'm going through a lot. The first thing my friend does is mention Jesus Christ and how he should pull up to the church. Okay.
Jesus.
So that's problem number one. So the way I go about it is I speak to my homie for 2 to 3 hours, making sure, number one, is he solid? What happened? Are you, like, what are you going to do now? Let me know what your thoughts are. Let me break down some advice. Like, I'm going to give you all of that. And then 2.5 hours in, then I'm going to be like, well, listen, bro, I'm going to be pulling up to church on Sunday, if anything. Pull up with me. We going to be lit. We're going to be chilling. You feel me? And then keep going to a different subject. Like, move it on, right? That's going to be planting seeds. Dude probably going to wake up like, you know what? Fuck it. Yo, you still going to church on Sunday? Yeah. I pull up. Boom. Then now you got him to pull up, and he's more interested in what the faith is. You feel me? So that's how you really plant seeds and get people to come into the faith. You don't be like, yo, you're gay.
I remember hopping up into a church as an atheist, and then they would just give, in my opinion, just terrible advice. And everybody was clapping, bro. And I was just like, holy crap, dude. This couldn't be more wrong. Why is everybody clapping?
Because the problem is there's a word I like to use. It's basically indoor Christians and outdoor Christians. This may sound wild, but what's an indoor Christian? An indoor Christian is somebody who is born into the faith. Their family's in the faith. They go to church since they were a kid. Their whole friend group their entire life is in the faith, right? They just recently started to talk to secular people, and they're trying to figure out how to go about maneuvering the world. What an outdoor Christian is, somebody like you and me, or myself, or like other people who have just been like, agnostic their entire lives, and then finally ended up converting into the faith. So our perception of how we move and talk to people is going to be completely different from an indoor Christian that was born into the faith. So there's a very big distinction.
I think I understand what you're getting there, but I mean, me myself, I'm definitely not a Christian. I'm very much hardcore atheist. I'm about as hardcore as it gets in terms of atheism.
Okay. I mean, I would feel like you as a person would go down the line of agnosticism instead of atheism, because it's like, do you really believe
Agnosticism is just under the umbrella of atheism. That would still be atheist.
Nah, yes. Agnostics are not atheists.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No. An agnostic
you could just Google this. I'm not. They're under the umbrella of atheism.
Not atheist. Hold on. An agnostic fundamentally.
I understand what an agnostic is.
Okay. Well, they are. I'm going to still say it regardless.
It's just saying, like, I don't know if God exists.
Yeah, I don't know. No.
And
I don't know if God
say
exists or there's something out there. I have no idea if there's something out there. The atheist takes the position that I believe there is nothing out there. That's the difference.
Atheist just simply lacks the belief in a God.
But no. An atheist asserts that there is no God in general. It's not just a lack of belief. They assert that there is no God. An agnostic says, I don't know if there is a God. If an
agnostic goes, I don't know, that means they don't hold a belief in the existence of a deity. That would make them an atheist. Understand?
Now I'm just curious if you're right or wrong. Hold on. Atheism definition. Because hold on. Yes, okay, atheism by definition, disbelief in the existence of God or gods.
It is an absence of belief in the existence of deities. So if you don't know whether or not deities exist or do not exist, that would mean you don't possess that God exists. that would mean you are absent in the belief of the existence of deities. You would be an atheist.
Yes, but you're not absent in the belief of deities. You don't know if there is something out there that exists. The atheism takes a firm stance in saying that he does not believe in God or gods.
I mean, I suppose it could be like an agree to disagree, but I'm just simply stating that atheism is 100% alongside agnosticism. Agnosticism is just in the umbrella term in the broadest sense of atheism.
Okay.
You don't have to definitively say God does not exist in order to be an atheist.
Okay. I was just going off definitions and everything. I'm just like, I was curious. Plus, was curious also about how you would handle that the morality argument, because the second you start the debate,
you heard my intro. I use satisfaction as my predicate.
No, that's a good one. But they're going to twist it instantly. They hear satisfaction, they're going to be like, okay, well, satisfaction can do a lot of harm, and then they're going to start listing. It's going to be a morality argument.
Then that would cause less satisfaction.
Yeah.
Like if it satisfies you to cause harm unto people, we stop that person from doing that because it's causing harm. It causes more harm to let that person continue to satisfy themselves by hurting people than it is for us to put them in a box.
Facts.
Like you can logically come to the conclusion that, hey, that hurts people. Don't do that.
That's good. And you need to back it up with examples and everything to solidify it. I'm just going to let you know that the entire precipice of the entire argument all of you guys are going to have tonight is going to be focused on morality.
I'm aware.
That's literally it. Okay. Very good. Well, I hope you have fun at dinner and marination. Heck yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go hang out with my brother. Did he hang up? All right. All right, guys. I think that's the show for today. I'll go ahead and post my notes for the show in the... Anyway, I appreciate y'all for joining and having the conversation with me. Stay tuned for more. We do this every Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a fun time. It's good times. Check out my latest video. There's a video with where there's a MAGA nut job who thinks that stats are fake and Democrats are just socialists. Here's the video link. I recommend it. Watch it. It's a great video. Let me see here. And wow, I got 820 subs. We're climbing. We're getting closer and closer to 1,000 subs. It's going to be wild. Anyway, thank y'all very much. Have a great rest of your evening. Bye-bye. Oh, see you at 11.